special dignitaries from Japan to India, Bangalore, Indo ni yokoso, irashai masei. Arigato. I am Rupa, Assistant Secretary General at Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce. A warm welcome to all the delegates, distinguished dignitaries for the third edition of India-Japan Business Summit, organized under the aegis of our own BCIC Japan initiatives. I now invite our President, Mr. Prashant Gokhale, who is the Managing Director of Bueller India, and our Senior Vice President, Mr. Ravi, to kindly bring in Dr. Selvakumar on the stage, please. Dr. Selvakumar, Principal Secretary, Commerce and Industries Department, Government of Karnataka. Welcome you, sir. I now invite Mr. A.V. Srinivasan, Chairman, BCIC Japan Initiatives, to kindly bring in His Excellency Nakane Sutomo-san, Consul General, Consulate General of Japan in Bangalore. I now invite Mr. A. Murli, Co-Chair of BCIC Japan Initiatives, to kindly bring in the Director General of JETRO Bangalore, Mr. Toshihiro Mizutani-san. Welcome, sir. I request Mr. A.V. Srinivasan to bring in Mr. Sudeep Dalvi, Senior Vice President, Director and Chief Communication Officer, Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Welcome, sir. I again request Mr. Srinivasan to kindly bring in Executive Vice President SMRJ, Mr. Tomohiro Kaneko-san, and Mr. Satoshi Uchida-san, Director, Matching Support Division, Japan SMRG. Thank you. I once again extend a hearty welcome to all the senior members of the Chamber, our past presidents, esteemed speakers for today's session. Welcome you all once again. I now invite our President, Mr. Prashant Gokhale, to deliver the welcome address. And before that, I would like to briefly introduce him. He has served in various leadership roles across management, senior management, and has been leading Bueller India as President South Asia and Managing Director since the past 10 years. He has been instrumental in strengthening industry and government collaboration, promoting innovation and enhancing engagement across key sectors. He is also an office bearer of the Swiss India Chamber of Commerce and working closely with Swiss companies, Swissnex, Bangalore, and the Swiss Embassy in Delhi to foster Indo-Swiss business relations. Over to you, sir.
Konnichiwa. Minasama o atataku kangei itasimo. A warm welcome to all of you. Please excuse me if I don't pronounce it right, but I'll try my best to do that. Dr. Selvakumar, IAS Principal Secretary. Madam Kunjan Krishnan will join us later. Mr. Nakane-san, our great friend as a Council General, good supporter to all of us here. Sudeep Dalvi, Kaneko-san, Uchida-san, again the great friends forever, for many years. Thank you very much for your support. Then Toshihiro Mizutani, Director General of JETRO. Mr. Parshuraman, and our esteemed members and business leaders. A good evening to all of you. This is the third edition of Indo-Japan Business Summit organized by our own committee, expert committee, Japan Initiative, under the leadership of Mr. Srinivasan and Murli and our team in Tokyo. It is my distinct honor on behalf of Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce to extend a very warm welcome to this year's India-Japan Business Summit. A hearty welcome to all of you for this summit, a unique platform for business leaders, policymakers, academics to come together and discuss various aspects of economic ties between the two countries and by sharing the best business practices. On behalf of BCIC, we express our sincere gratitude to the state government for their immense support in various initiatives for the chamber, with the particular reference to our Japan initiative. Thank you very much, sir. The apex industry body from Karnataka, India, BCIC, in existence since 1976, it means that we are entering into 50th year now, represents large and medium scale industries and technology companies in the state of Karnataka and have its offices not only in Bangalore, in Mysore, Hubli, Dharwad, and not only in India, we have office in Tokyo also. BCIC inaugurated its international office in Tokyo on October 6, 2022 in partnership of JETRO Bangalore, Toyota Susho India Private Limited, Intertrade, KK Japan, India Research Institute, Japan for setting up of its Tokyo office to mainly enhance trade and commerce and encourage investment between the two countries and two prominent economies in the world. With Bangalore having talent pool and availability of skilled resources, at the same time Japan is known for its economics development, quality products, infrastructure, discipline in life, skilled manpower. BCIC, under the aegis of its Japan initiative, has initiated various activities including this India-Japan Summit in exploring areas of collaboration between the two nations, facilitate exchange of thoughts and technologies, and further providing an opportunity to showcase the strength and potential of both nations to each other. This also augurs well given the background of the current India-Japan Annual Summit held in Tokyo on August 29, 2025, addressed by Prime Ministers of both the nations, focusing on joint collaboration in various sectors, elevating the countries' relationship to a spatial, strategic and global partnership on a shared values and interests. The two countries are advancing towards the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relationship in 2027. And in today's world, in terms of geopolitical challenges, this becomes more significant, how the India and Japan work together in terms of trade and then collaboration in between the industries, academias and innovation. Our partnership in auto sector has been extremely successful, and together both the countries, both the nations can replicate the same magic in various sectors, thus making the significant contribution in innovation, academias, as well as the manufacturing sectors, and many more. The success stories of Toyota, Suzuki, Daikin, and many more companies in India becoming the success stories for all of us. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the sessions and leverage the numerous networking opportunities to forge new alliances. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, distinguished speakers from India and particularly coming all the way from Japan, landing here in the midnight and being here today morning. It shows the importance of this India-Japan Business Summit, where we see from the government, the officials, top bureaucrats from the government as well as Council General is present over here. It shows the importance of this business summit, what we do to build an India and Japan that are not just the two strong individual nations, but stronger together than ever. As establishing force in Asia and in the world, and this is required in today's dynamic situation, it is absolutely required these two large economies come together and show the path not only for India or Japan but to the world. I wish all of you inspiring, productive and successful summit. And before I close, I really like to thank my secretariat for their untiring efforts to conduct and organize this. It's not easy to do it in overnight. It takes again several weeks of preparations to get all of us here together in this situation at this forum on this day, and again in the afternoon, on a busy afternoon. If you see the traffic outside, it is not easy for them to bring us here. So thank you very much, Secretariat. And at the end, Arigato Gozaimasu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Mr. A.V. Srinivasan, who is the chairman of BCIC Japan Initiatives and is also the chief executive officer of Mayban Engineering Technologies. Mr. Srinivasan, he was based in Japan with Murata Missionary, where he worked in various leadership roles, overseeing the South Asia Pacific markets, including Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, New Zealand, India, in enhancing India-Japan relationship. And now, over to you, sir. And he will be setting the context on Namma Karnataka, Make in India, Namma India and Namma Japan. Over to you, sir.
Namaskara. Good afternoon. And that photograph is very old photograph. Please don't worry. Who is that? Yeah, that's precisely me. Can we start our presentation, please? I don't want that photo too much there. This third edition of Indo-Japan Business Summit. Okay. This is the third year. BCIC has got many expert committees, and 3-4 years before we formed this Japan Initiatives Expert Committee. All the other expert committees are, we say in Japanese, gyokai, but different industrial sectors for medical, for retail, for agriculture and things like that. This is the only one which is country specific. So BCIC is one of the first ever Chamber of Commerce to have a separate committee for Japan initiatives. And in Japan initiatives, Mr. Murali is co-chair with me, and Dr. Suresh is the country head of Japan, and he is also a co-chair. We are ably mentored by Mr. Parasuraman, our past president. The roots of this Japan initiatives, BCIC Japan, happened in the year August 19, 2021, with BCIC signing the MOU with JETRO, Toyota Tsusho India Private Limited, Intertrade KK, and India Research Institute as signatories. This was a very slow beginning, but as you can see in the end, in the bottom, even during COVID, it was actually just coming out of COVID. You can see people signing the agreement with the mask and giving it actually. And then BCIC Japan office was inaugurated in Tokyo on 6th of October 2022 by His Excellency Mr. Verma, Ambassador of India to Japan. This was one of the very few events to be held in the Embassy of India in Japan. Our BCIC motto is Namma Karnataka, Gateway to Future India. In that, in this particular summit, we have, as you can see, we have this Make in India with Japan for the Globe. This actually, we truly mean that. Slowly, as you go through this today's session, you will understand how far we have been working on this. So India can be the manufacturing base or even a base for any other activity to approach different markets like Middle East or Africa and everyone. That's why we have put Make in India with Japan for the Globe. And these are the areas which we are working. One is technology transfer, joint ventures, market access, skill development, ease of doing business for it. These are all concentrated on MSMEs mainly, government initiatives and startup ecosystem. Startup ecosystem has been added this year. Many people ask, what is this market access? Market access is not only for Japanese companies coming to India, but also for the Indian companies who are willing to go to Japan. So BCIC would be able to work with them and provide them with certain opportunities and guide them to contact the right parties over there in Japan. And this year, we have introduced the startup ecosystem. Before that, government initiatives. I would, of course, our President, Mr. Gokhale, has already mentioned that. Our extreme special thanks to Dr. Selvakumar and his team. They have been constantly helping us, and seriously, thank you very much, sir. They have visited Japan twice actually. They visited as a delegation for Invest Karnataka and also once again for the Expo, and they helped us quite a bit in working with them, and they're supporting this event also. Thank you, sir. And recently, when we started working with the Chamber of Commerce in Japan, Osaka City and Nagoya City, we found that they are very keen to work with us on the startup ecosystem. So startup ecosystem has been added this time, and SMRJ, who is partnering with this, also in the startup ecosystem. In the first edition of Japan Business Summit was held on 14th of July 2023 with a total of 200 to 220 delegates. They were present. And the second edition was November 14th. We had about 150 delegates. This time we have restricted that because there are many events happening today. Actually, we should we are very thankful to you for being here because there are about 3-4 very important events happening in terms of startup and IMS exhibition, and quite a few events are happening. Thank you so much for coming today. The second one happened. Next, just to give a small introduction about what we have been doing in BCIC. A lot of people will think Chamber of Commerce is normally they'll have a summit, it gets done overnight and nothing is there after that as a follow-up. But as you can see here, the first MOU between BCIC, an organization for small and medium enterprises and regional innovation, Japan SMRJ, that is under Ministry of External Trade and Industry in Japan. We signed that MOU with them in 18th October 2023. Then the next MOU was between BCIC and Yokohama India Center on 2nd of September 2024. They are planning to send a delegation next year. BCIC also facilitated the intent to sign MOU between Nagoya City and Bangalore City. That happened 1st of August 2025, for which Nagoya Mayor was present here. And finally, very recently, MOU was signed between BCIC and the city of Osaka on 10th of September 2025. This is a huge achievement for BCIC, one of the first cities to do so for the e-commerce. These are the pictures, what you can see, our first ever. And also, I am very happy to inform you that first ever delegation from BCIC India to Osaka, it went a total of about 18 delegates went there for the signing ceremony. headed by our Senior Vice President, Mr. Ravi. Just to give you some understanding, Parasuraman, for this Osaka Expo, we had to work quite a bit. Our Parasuraman mentor went to Japan on the initiatives of Osaka City for the preparation of MOU. He went in the month of March. Then once again, Dr. K.G. Suresh and I, we visited Japan in the month of July. And later, just 2 months before, Murali-san, Suresh-san, Deepak, and myself, we went to Osaka City on the invitation of SMRJ Japan from 16th to 19th September 2025. That is, just like the way Government of Karnataka is supporting us, I would like to very specially mention the support of SMRJ, unstinted support of SMRJ to BCIC for all our events. Thank you very much, Kaneko-san. Thank you very much. So this is the event what I was telling you. This is called the CEO Business Meeting Event for India 2025. This happened in Osaka during Osaka Expo, and it was between 16th and 19th of September. So when we say Chamber of Commerce, as we were telling, in Japanese, we have a word called Gutai Teki. Specifically, what are you doing? Even our Consul General, whenever we go, you sign MOU, what is next? Nakane-san, when we meet him, say, MOU is not only okay, what are you doing? So this is my report card to Nakane-san and other Japanese present here. As you can see here, we have had our first SMRJ CEO business meet. 34 Karnataka-based SMEs were selected for the B2B meetings. And they are all meetings with Japanese MSMEs. And then 5 companies were selected and visited Japan, fully sponsored by SMRJ, and they had 65 B2B meetings. As you can see, each company would have had minimum 5 or 6 meetings actually. And then for the rest of the companies, we had B2B meetings over a period of about 5 days. Totally 180 B2B meetings were conducted with SMRJ in the first CEO meet. And the second CEO meet, it happened in the month of September. About 8 companies from India were sent to Japan, so once again sponsored by SMRJ. And they're continuing their discussions with the Japanese companies. And finally, we had a vision when we started in year 2022. We had a vision till 2025 first, then we updated it up to 2030. So as you can see, everywhere we had a plan up to 2030. And one of the main idea is to have the annual Japan-India business summit where the participants are benefited, where the MSMEs are able to express their willingness to participate. We are able to work with them and send them to Japan, etc. Finally, one small request. The interest from Japan till 5 to 6 years before used to be very minimal. We have to go approach Japan. I think many of you gentlemen would have really known that we asked them, can you come to India, can you give us technology and things like that. But it is now the other way around. There are many, many Japanese companies, they are willing to come to India, they are willing to partner with India. Only thing is they don't know whom to select, how to select. That's one of the reasons BCIC and SMRJ, we are facilitating the CEO meet where you can apply. It happens over a period of time. Today, Uchida-san will be making a presentation, in detailed presentation. Those of you who are interested, please do participate, and we are also coming up with the startup one. And only one request to all the Indian MSMEs, when you participate, please have someone dedicated for this task so that at least you can reply to the emails and work with them. Thank you so much for coming today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. And now the next address will be by Dr. K.G. Suresh, who is the co-chairman of BCIC Japan Initiatives and Director JCSS Consulting. So unfortunately, he couldn't travel to India and owing to his official exigency in Japan. So before I play his video clippings, I'd like to briefly introduce him. For more than 33 years, Dr. Suresh has been contributing for the growth of Japan-India relationship, business and academia through his own ventures, partnerships, as well as through social activities. Doctorate from Tokyo Institute of Technology, specialized in AI and NLP. He is helping Japanese and Indian enterprises, both fortune companies to SMEs. Instrumental in multiple cross-border transactions, including various mergers and acquisitions. He has established global in-house and innovation centers for Japanese companies and brought in FDIs from Japan to India. I now request my team to play the video.
Konnichiwa from BCIC Japan. This is Suresh, country head. Welcome to this event, and I'm glad you chose to participate in this event, and I'm sure your understanding of India-Japan businesses will deepen by end of the day. India and Japan has high potential. I always keep telling that. And in the recent past, last few years, I could see a very good traction happening towards realization of this potential, especially with the mid-sized Japanese companies. India and Japan, with BCIC, we started in a very, very small and humble way and entered into this fourth year a couple of weeks ago. Today, I'd just like to tell you in these 3 years what we have done and what kind of progress we have made in opening opportunities for both, India and Japan companies for their mutual businesses. Some of the prominent achievements we made are, number one, MOU with SMRJ and BCIC. SMRJ is under MITI, and every year at least I think 2 B2B events with high success rates, what we keep doing it. My colleagues in BCIC as well as our guests from SMRJ today, they'll explain you more about this. Number 2, a MOU with the Yokohama India Center, and this is a part of Kanagawa Prefecture, and we do multiple seminars about India and doing businesses in India with the partnership with Yokohama India Center. And if things goes well, I think next year probably Yokohama India Center also might arrange a visit of the companies to India, particularly to Bangalore. Third one, we had an MOU with Osaka City. It just happened 2 months ago, and I'm sure my colleagues will talk more about this. Number 4, we arranged and hosted meetings for the mayor of Nagoya City. This is also about 2-3 months ago, when His Excellency the Mayor visited Bangalore. We orchestrated the letter of intent to cooperate with Bangalore City, BBMP, and with Government of Karnataka. The fifth one, if I could say, coordinating and visits B2Bs from multiple prefectures in Japan for past 2-3 years. And probably the sixth one I could say is like arranging meetings and industry agreements during the visits of our industry minister to Japan, which at BCIC Japan we part of the event we coordinated. And if you could see, like wherever we do MOUs, we just don't stop with MOUs. We wanted to show in actions. Either it's SMRJ or MOU with Yokohama India Center and Osaka City, wherever we do that. So all these major events which happened in 3 years, with the help of my colleagues in BCIC India as well as in Japan, who all work with passion, particularly to work with Japan, we need a lot of passion and to put the India business relation at the top. There are more to come. Probably in next couple of months in Jan, we will have Saitama City visit us, and we will be also probably signing an MOU at that point of time. And rest of thing I'll keep it for more surprises for the future, near future. And I also request Shinkin Chuo Bank to consider any kind of formal engagement with BCIC. And I really thank from my heart for the Shinkin Bank participation and presentation in today's event. And I also understand Igarashi-san is going to be a moderating event panel also today. Thank you, sir. I thank His Excellency Nakane-san, our Consulate General of Japan in Bangalore, who always support us whenever we go and ask request, to support our efforts to bring Japan and India closer. And we need a lot of your advices, sir. I also thank Government of Karnataka for their continued support to us, especially our Industry Minister Patilji, Dr. Salakumar and Madam Gunjan Krishna. Sir and Madam, I am waiting to receive you again and again in Japan, which means that, again and again means that you are going to come again for a good amount of traction and businesses happening between Japan and Karnataka. Finally, I thank all BCIC past presidents, current president, and future presidents for their excellent support to this Japan initiative. I hope you will all enjoy today afternoon and evening and do a great networking. Let's all work together for Japan-India business. I hope I'll be there in person for IJBR's 4th edition next year. Thank you all and Jai Hind.
That was Dr. K.G. Suresh. And now I invite Mr. Toshihiro Mizutani-san, Director General JETRO Bangalore, to address the gathering. Mizutani-san has been heading JETRO Bangalore for more than 3 years, and he is actively involved in supporting overseas business activities of Japanese companies ever since. While in JETRO for more than 19 years, he has worked in Japan, Myanmar, and is currently based in Bangalore. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on the occasion of the 3rd edition of India and India-Japan Business Summit 2025 today. I'm Mizutani Toshihiro of JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization. JETRO is Japanese government organization having 75 overseas offices in global base and over 50 domestic offices in Japan. As a Japanese government sector, we are supporting various companies' activities globally. We have no industry limitation to support, covering from manufacturing and of course non-manufacturing sectors. Even recent years, we are supporting and promoting content industry like Japanese animation, manga, or even movies. In August, India Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Japan, and the Japan-India Summit was also held in Tokyo. Now, our two countries have been elevated to the status of a special strategic and global partnerships. Our two countries, India and Japan, are now sharing fundamental values each other and building a firm and strong bilateral relationships. With such strong ties, we can also see very big changes in economic activities by Japanese companies here in India. The number of Japanese companies operating in India has exceeded 5,200 and has been increasing especially in recent years. According to Japan JETRO survey, more than 80% of Japanese companies having a base in India responded they are planning to accelerate their business activities here. And those 80% figures are very high compared with any other countries. In this September, Sri M.B. Patel, Minister of Karnataka, together with Dr. Selvakumar and Ms. Gunjan Krishna visited Japan And we have received, since after that, we have been receiving more and more new investment inquiries from Japanese companies than before. As Japanese government sector, we need to further promote the attractiveness of Karnataka business environment to Japanese companies. Based on those needs from semiconductor and electronic industry, JETRO set up Japan National Booth on Electronica India held in September this year in Bangalore. And also we are planning to bring water treatment and environment business industry delegation to India this month. And next month, December, the Japan Chamber of Commerce Tokyo and METI Japan will bring space and aviation delegations to India from Japan. And also we are planning to bring not only those sector but GCC IT industry delegation from Japan to India. Like that, so many delegations coming to India this year. Through these sector-wise delegations, we would like to create active business matching and networking between Indian and Japanese stakeholders. I believe today's third India-Japan Business Summit will also be a great opportunity to each companies to explore deep collaborations in many sectors. JETRO will also would like to work together to strengthen the economic relations between India and Japan here in Bangalore. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Tomohiro Kaneko-san, Executive Vice President, SMRJ, to address the gathering. And Mr. Kaneko-san has extensive experience in supporting SME growth and international collaborations. He leads initiatives that foster global partnership, technology exchange, and business matching between Japanese and overseas enterprises. Under his leadership, SMRJ signed an MOU with BCIC and enhance India-Japan cooperation, promotion, manufacturing, and enabling Japanese SMEs to explore business opportunities in India through platforms such as J-Goodtech. He continues to play a key role in advancing Japan's SME globalization efforts and strengthening economic partnership between Japan and India. Over to you.
Good afternoon to you all. I would like to thank the very kind introduction for me. My name is Kaneko from the Organization for Small and Medium Enterprises and Regional Innovation Japan, SMRJ. To begin with, I would like to thank BCIC, especially President Mr. Gokhale, BCIC Japan Initiatives Chair Suri-san, and Co-Chair Murari-san, for inviting me to the third India-Japan Business Summit. It's a great honor for me to make a remark on this occasion. Thank you very much. Our organization serves as the central government support agency for small and medium-sized enterprises. We provide an essential support program to help SMEs, which are the backbone of the Japanese economy, achieve sustainable growth. This includes assistance for starting businesses, developing new business, expanding new market, strengthening of management foundations, and adapting to changes in the business development environment. Some of you may know Japan is one of the fastest aging countries in the world. Therefore, Japanese companies are now closely watching the emerging markets. In a survey conducted in May and August this year, India emerged as the most highly prioritized country for future overseas expansion by small and medium-sized enterprises. In particular, the Bangalore region in southern India, a hub for aerospace, industrial machinery, and IT industries, has become one of the key areas that Japanese companies are focusing on as they pursue international growth. One of the key challenges for small and medium-sized enterprises when expanding overseas businesses is to secure reliable local partners. To address this issue, in October 2023, SMRJ and Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce signed an MOU pledging to collaborate on creating business opportunities for SMEs through the organization of business matching events and promotion of the new business partnerships. Following this, starting in August 2024, our two organizations have worked together on our CEO business meeting events, inviting executives and CEOs from Indian companies interested in partnering or doing business with Japanese firms to Japan for business meetings. In addition, we have collaborated on facilitating business meetings through JGTech, the business matching platform operated by our organization. So far, 85 companies recommended by BCIC have participated in the CEO business meetings. These meetings have led to numerous partnerships and business transactions, including product sales from Japan to India, agency agreements, and joint development projects with Indian companies. In February 2025, SMRJ signed an MOU with the state of Karnataka to establish a robust support framework promoting the expansion of Japanese SMEs into the Indian market and vice versa. In September 2025, to coincide with the Osaka Kansai Expo, we hosted a CEO business meeting event in Osaka in collaboration with the Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the state of Karnataka. A total of 24 Indian companies and 101 Japanese companies participated, conducting 132 business meetings. And I'm happy to report that numerous promising discussions have already taken place. SMRJ will continue to follow up on these opportunities for overseas expansion and investment in India in cooperation with BCIC and JETRO. Next, my colleague, Mr. Uchida, will provide an overview of the CEO business meetings and JECTEC programs, including how JECTEC is being used to facilitate startup matching. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I would like to invite Mr. Satoshi Uchida, Director, Matching Support Division, Marketing Support Department of Japan SMRJ, for a special presentation. Engaged in matching Japanese SMEs with overseas companies for new product development, innovation, promotion, overseas expansion, and joint business development. As a Japanese government organization, SMRJ currently supports more than 26,000 companies seeking to expand overseas through various business matching in collaboration with 70 overseas government agencies and other organizations. Conducting business meeting event twice a year to connect business owners in Bangalore region and all over India with Japanese business owners and supporting Japanese SMEs aiming to expand their business in Bangalore region and other.
I know it's a very tough afternoon after a lunch at about 3 o'clock, right time to go into a nap. But this particular presentation is going to be a mind-blowing one. Please do pay attention. They are giving you a lot of opportunities for us, and Uchida-san is a man of action. Please do spend some time on his presentation. Uchida-san, yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
So, thank you very much introductions. I am Uchida's Director of the Marketing Supporting Department from SMRJs. In order to boost investment and create expansion into India, we need to create business needs and businesses and business opportunities. So today, I'd like to introduce a valuable program for the Indian company and Indian startup to enhance business development. One is the CEO business meetings, and the other is a matching platform, JTEX. Please, page 5. Okay. So this is an overview of the CEO business meetings. Page 5, please. Thank you. So the purpose of the meetings is to create new value and business development. The meetings focus on the collaboration of the creating new product and service, establishing the joint ventures and technical cooperations, not only on buying and selling merchandise. I explain the result of the CEO business meetings at the bottom of this page. It shows the result of the first half of the 2025. We arranged 1,274 business meetings. The rate of successful meeting is 16.4%. Those are high level and high quality business meetings. Please see the next page. Why can we achieve the result? The key point is those business meetings start with Indian company registering their needs. SMRJ will search for the most suitable Japanese company. Then SMRJ arrange the business meetings. Please see the page 8. Next page. Next please. So I explained the benefit of the CEO business meetings. The first one, Indian company can register their needs, and SMRJ find suitable partners. Second one, Indian company can make negotiation directly with the decision maker of the Japanese companies. Third one, all participating Japanese companies are carefully selected by SMRJ as a Japanese government organization. Fourth one, SMRJ provides interpreting service. Fifth one, we conduct a business meeting or face-to-face and online. In these programs, if Indian companies have scheduled many meetings with the Japanese companies, example 10 to 15 business meetings, SMRJ covered the expense of the travel to Japan and provide accommodation fee for the Indian companies. Next page, this is the schedule of the CEO business meeting 2026. So we conduct two types of the CEO business meetings. One is a sector business meeting and the other is a bilateral country CEO business meetings. So in the sector CEO business meetings and environment, medical equipment and innovative fields, overseas company from all over the world participate. So we would like to continue hold the Indian bilateral CEO business meeting targeting in the Bangalore in 2026 as well. We are going to invite many Bangalore companies to Japan by our budget. So since please see page 10. So since signing of the MOU between the SMRJ and BCIC, we have jointly held multiple CEO business meetings. This was the first event held in the collaboration with BCIC in 2024. 120 business meetings were held on face-to-face and online with 76 Japanese companies. So business meetings successful rate is 73%. The deal value is $3 million on this event. The one deal was a field of the industrial machines. Indian companies manufacture the industrial machines, conduct these concluded the contract for the joint development. So please see the next page, page 11. In 2025, this September, BCIC and SMRJ held a CEO business meeting in Osaka, implemented in the collaboration with the Osaka Kansai Expo. 24 Indian company of the machineries, including the machineries, electronics, AI, IT, automation, energies, food and service industries companies participated, seeking the collaboration with the Japanese company in joint development and joint ventures. 132 business meetings, successful rate is 64%. The deal value in 21 million US dollar this event. So we invite the Bangalore company who wish to make the collaboration with the Japanese company to Japan. This CEO business meeting, there were many deals concluded in the automotive sectors. The one is the establishment of the joint ventures in the housing sectors. After the CEO business meetings, the CEO of the Indian company visited the Japanese companies for the further discussions, and the deal is close to the being finalized. So another example of the deals in the automotive sectors also. This deal is a mutual exchange of the parts manufacturing in India and Japan. In this way, the program we start in the Bangalore region is definitely producing the results. So I would like to hold the Indian CEO business meeting the next years. We hope the Indian companies aiming to the collaboration to the business or do business with the Japanese company will participate. Once again, there is no cost to the participate. Please see the page 13. Next, I would like to introduce the JEGTEX matching platforms. In the JEGTEX, 29,000 Japanese SMEs, including the startup, the 1,000 large company of Japan, and the 9,000 overseas company are registered as active users. We perform 12,000 business matchings per year on JEGTEX matching platforms. So overseas company can search for the Japanese partner, like the development of the new product, business collaboration, joint development, pricing, and so on. So please see the next page. So by registering to the JEGTEX, overseas companies, Indian company will be able to connect with the Japanese leading companies. In the JEGTEX, wide range of the industry company are registered, including the manufacturers, wholesalers, distributors, trading companies, investors, the industries, service industry companies, and the startup. Registration can create business opportunities with the Japanese companies. So finally, please see the page 17. So I would like to explain the initiative for the startup matchings. Please, 17, please. This yes. So SMRJ is the largest startup support organization in Japan. We have invested in the 10,000 company through the venture capital, and we have operated 29 incubation facilities in Japan. SMRJ operates the matching service and the connect startup with investors and enterprise by JEGTEX matching platforms. Next page, please. We are also working in the collaboration with the government of the Singapore to connect Singapore startup with the Japanese investors and companies. Please see the next page. So this time, taking the Indian Japan Business Summit as opportunities, SMRJ and BCIC will jointly launch the Bangalore startup matching site in March 2026. Thank you very much. So to foster the innovations, expand in the new business opportunities, and promote the investment between the two regions through the collaboration in the startup fields. As a first step, approximately 30 startup in Bangalore seeking collaborations and doing business with a Japanese company will be selected. Business matching with the Japanese company will be conducted. Subsequently, Japanese startup aiming for the business in the Bangalore will be registered on this site. And the business matching with the Indian company will be implemented. Through these two-way matchings, we will boost innovations and investment between the two countries. I hope many Indian companies will participate in these programs. I want integrate two programs, CEO business meetings and the startup matchings each other to achieve the maximum effort. So I would like to express my deep gratitude to the BCIC Japan innovative members, especially Sudhir-san and Brady-san, Suresh-san. Thank you very much. So kind of also your support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. And now the Chamber acknowledges the immense support of Mr. Mizutani-san, Kaneko-san and Uchida-san, and I request they be honored with a memento on behalf of the Chamber, sir. Thanks for your immense support to all the initiatives of the Chamber. Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, Srinivasan.
Oh, yes.
Sir, come close, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now invite Mr. Sudeep Dalvi, Senior Vice President, Director and Chief Communication Officer, Toyota Kirloskar Motor, to deliver a special address on Make in India with Japan. I'd like to briefly introduce Mr. Dalvi. He is a seasoned automotive professional with over 3 decades of experience. He has been associated with TKM for nearly 25 years and has held key leadership roles across manufacturing, quality, purchasing, product development, new business, and external affairs. He also has gained global exposure through his tenure with Toyota Motor Corporation in the United States. An engineer by qualification, Mr. Dalvi plays a pivotal role in driving Toyota's communication strategy, sustainability initiatives, and skill development programs in alignment with the Skill India and green mobility missions. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Consul General Nakane-san and Director General Jetro Mizutani-san, Dr. Selva Kumar as Principal Secretary, Madam Gunjan Puranabar to make it, my colleague Mr. Prashant, Ravi, Murli-san, Srinivasan, Uchida-san, Kanav-san. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today for such a wonderful gathering. And let me make that this is the association of Toyota for last almost 3 decades with Japan. And it's over the decade, Toyota has been guided one belief that grow India and grow with India, and that is what the organization believes in that. Our mission is producing the happiness for all, and it reflects in this commitment building the product, processes and people, and advance both industrial and the social progress. Today, I would like to focus on 3 key pillars to define this journey of our product, a production system, as well as the people development. At Toyota, we see India not only a strong manufacturing base, but also a center of innovation. Our product makes in India today reach a global market, and combining Japanese quality with the Indian integrity. Through collaboration and through development, a strong partnership, we are strengthening India's position in the global automotive value chain. Every vehicle that rolls out our plant reflects the Toyota promise of quality, reliability, and sustainability. We are also investing in the cleaner technology, such as hybrid, biofuel, and the future-ready mobility, making India a key contributor for Toyota's global the carbon neutral journey. This is the essence of Make in India for Japan, product created in Japan and powered by the global trust. Today, if you would like to say about the production system, the Toyota production system, TPS, is the foundation of everything today what we do. It is not only the method of manufacturing, it is a way of thinking built on the pillar of continuous improvement and the respect for the people. In India, we have adopted TPS to our global content, ensuring the productivity, quality, flexibility across the plant, supplies, and entire ecosystem. Every associate encourage in identify the problem, share the idea, and drive the improvements. This culture of Kaizen, small everyday improvements, has made the Indian operation a benchmark for manufacturing excellence with a model within Toyota's global network. When we say Make in India for Japan, it represents the shared production philosophy built in mutual learning, shared excellence, and the trust. Today, which is most important, which is very close to our heart, is the people development. At the core, Toyota's philosophy is a people first, and we believe that the developing people precedes development of the product. Thorough in the Toyota's India Center of Excellence, we focus the holistic human development from the fundamental education to the advanced newest skill. Across our skill ecosystem, including Toyota Technical Institute, Toyota Kaushalya, industry partnership, and the community initiative, we have transferred the lives of more than 140,000 youth across the India, many of them from Karnataka. I am proud to share that we have sent more than 1,000 technicians to Japan through the global skill training that is called GST and the technical intern training program that is TITP. Our employees, apprentices, and Toyota Kaushalya trainees have all gained hands-on experience in Japan, learning world-class technical expertise, teamwork, discipline, and culture building. We also place a strong emphasis on developing the English and Japanese language skill, helping the participant communicate effectively and integrate seamlessly into the global frameworks. This initiative truly represents our belief in transforming rural to the global, wherein the Indian youth gain the international experience and return the globally skilled professional contributing to the India's growth. Closing, I just would like to say, as we look ahead, our focus remains on deepening collaboration through product that innovate, production system that inspire the people and lead the change. By combining India's youthful energy and Japan technology excellence, we can together build a sustainable industries and have a stronger communities. Let us continue this journey, Make in India to Make in India for Japan. A partnership built on trust, talent, and transformation. Thank you very much. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. This is most precious.
Thank you, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Selva Kumar, Principal Secretary, Commerce and Industries Department, Government of Karnataka, to deliver his address on Make in Karnataka with Japan for Global Market. Dr. Selva Kumar has over 2 decades of distinguished service in public administration, contributing significantly to infrastructure development, industrial growth, and policy formulation in Karnataka. He has previously served as Principal Secretary, Public Works Department, and held additional charge of skill development, entrepreneurship, and livelihood. A strong advocate of inclusive and sustainable industrialization, he continues to drive policies that foster entrepreneurship, employment generation, and balanced regional development across the state. Once again, a very grateful acknowledgement and gratitude for all your support to the Chamber's initiative. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Nakane-san, Kaneko-san, Uchida-san, Mr. Prashant Gokhale, Michitani-san, Mr. Sudeep Dalvi, and all the representatives of BCIC, Executive Committee members, and friends. It's my privilege to be part of this 3rd India-Japan Business Summit, a platform that continues to strengthen what is already one of Asia's most resilient and forward-looking economic partnership. My sincere appreciation to the BCIC for their consistent efforts in facilitating Indo-Japanese collaboration. BCIC has been an instrumental partner in building Karnataka-Japan economic relations, from the joint declaration of intent with Nagoya City and also to collaborate with SMRJ. BCIC's efforts underscore the critical role that industry associations play in translating diplomatic intent into actionable business outcomes. India and Japan share more than a trade relationship. Ours is a strategic partnership rooted in mutual trust, shared democratic values, and a commitment to regional prosperity. In 2023-24, bilateral trade stood at $22.85 billion with India exporting over $5 billion in sectors such as chemicals, vehicles, and engineering goods. Japan is among the top 5 sources of FDI to India, and its companies are long-term investors in our infrastructure, clean energy, and advanced manufacturing sectors. Karnataka is proud to be a front runner in attracting Japanese investments. Our state is home to over 500 Japanese business establishments, including names like Toyota, Hitachi, Panasonic, Yamaha, and Nidec. We offer a rare convergence: deep industrial capability, a highly skilled workforce, and an unmatched innovation ecosystem. Our consistent leadership in IT exports, startup activity, and future-ready infrastructure makes us a natural partner for Japanese industries. A key milestone in our bilateral journey is the Japanese industrial township in Tumakuru, a plug-and-play industrial cluster designed specifically for Japanese manufacturing companies in Vasannarsapura. With more than 300 acres of built-in infrastructure and proximity to Bangalore's industrial corridors, we believe it is a strong foundation for future Japanese investments in Karnataka. In September 2025, the government of Karnataka led a high-powered delegation to Japan. During this visit, we met with more than 20 companies, including Honda, Hosoda Holdings, Airwater, and several SMEs from automotive, machine tools, and electronics sectors. Multiple companies announced investment plans, many of them selecting Karnataka as their India entry point. We are committed to building on this momentum and invite more Japanese companies to explore Karnataka for manufacturing, R&D, logistics and green energy investments. To our Japanese partners, I assure you of Karnataka's full support. Our approach is not just about incentives. It is about predictability, reliability, and being a genuine partner in your India journey. Let us work together to build the next chapter of this enduring partnership, one grounded in trust, innovation, and shared prosperity. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Selvakumar has also been instrumental in bringing the Japanese golfers also along to play in the Chamber's annual corporate golf tournament. Thank you very much for your support over the years, sir. And I request the team to kindly honor Dr. Selvakumar.
This is for our Japanese friends present here. I will do it in English. During the course of his speech, Dr. Selvakumar said, out of 1,000 acres, 300 acres has been earmarked for the Japanese companies to come and set up their units in Bangalore, in Karnataka. Thank you very much, sir. It's a very big move. 300 acres, specially projected for mainly for Japanese companies. It's going to be a Japanese technology park. Thank you so much, sir.
Now I would like to invite His Excellency Tsutomu-san, Consul General of Japan in Bangalore, to deliver his address on strengthening Indo-Japan strategic partnership. The Honorable Consul General is a seasoned Japanese diplomat with over 3 decades of experience in international relations and consular affairs. Throughout his distinguished career, he has held key diplomatic posts in Thailand, United States, Taiwan, and Vietnam, and has served in several leadership roles with MOFA. He assumed his current position during May 2022 as the Consul General of Japan in Bangalore. We are honored to have you here, sir. Over to you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to congratulate BCIC on the 3rd edition of the India-Japan Business Summit. I am honored to be a part of today's event. Japan and India are important partners who complement each other and are mutually beneficial to each other in every aspect, including politics, diplomacy, security, and economics. This is highly evident in Prime Minister Modi's visit to Japan at the end of August. He emphasized Japan's continued role as a trusted partner in India's economic advancement and the realization of Making India. The visit resulted in concrete agreements, including several key initiatives, such as setting a target of 10 trillion yen, or $68 billion in private investment to India, and launching the Japan-India Human Resource Exchange Initiative. The Japanese government also intends to support investment in India by Japanese small and medium-sized enterprises that possess advanced technologies but have not yet entered the Indian market. Zooming in
to Karnataka, the state has achieved high economic growth driven by both IT and manufacturing sectors. It received the highest FDI among all Indian states in the financial year 2023. Bangalore's strong ecosystem has resulted in attracting renowned Japanese IT and manufacturing companies. With nearly 600 offices in Karnataka, Japanese companies are operating even in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in line with the state government's Beyond Bangalore initiative. I sincerely appreciate BCIC for its role in bridging Japan and India collaboration through their various initiatives and MOUs, supporting high-level business and government delegation visits to Tokyo and Osaka. I believe BCIC also potential to go a step further and make more actionable impacts beyond the stage of MOUs and joint declarations. We hope Japan's investments, technology, and agenda towards Karnataka and India at large can be effectively utilized for the benefit of both countries. I believe BCIC will continue to be a prominent bridge between Karnataka and Japan as always. I wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you very much. Dhanyabad.
Thank you very much, sir. Dhanyavadagalu. I request the dignitaries to hand over the memento to the Council General. Acknowledge our sincere thanks to your team in Bangalore for their support in various initiatives of the Chamber's delegation to Osaka very recently. Thank you once again. And I now invite our Senior Vice President, Mr. Ravi, to address on the recent BCIC Osaka visit and signing off MOU. And I'd like to briefly introduce Mr. Ravi. Comes over with over 30 years of professional experience, and he was the first practicing CA to serve as president of FKCCI in its 104-year history. A qualified lawyer and accomplished professional, he currently chairs the International Business Expert Committee of the Chamber. He has extensive expertise in domestic and international taxation, investment planning, corporate audits, and India entry consulting for foreign entities. He has led multiple business delegations across the globe and is widely recognized for his thought leadership through publications and presentations on taxation and finance. Over to you, sir.
Konnichiwa. Good afternoon to everyone. I have two parts of my speech. One is about the Osaka delegation, and the second is the vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks. I'd just like to mention that an 18-member delegation participated in the Osaka Expo 25 as part of the government of Karnataka's official mission led by Mr. M.B. Patil, Honorable Minister for Large and Medium Enterprises, Government of Karnataka, accompanied by a friend here, Mr. Dr. Selvakumar, Mrs. Gunjan Krishna, and Mr. B.K. Shivkumar from VTPC. In fact, it so happened our delegation and their delegation had to match, and we could not match. We were able to. They came one day later because we were very keen for them to be for the MOU signing. But however, they were there the very next day, and I think they got a lot of meetings with the Japanese companies in Tokyo, and that was one of the main reasons for them not to make it that day. I think the Osaka Expo 2025 was more than just a global exhibition. It represented a strategic convergence of technology, humanity, innovation and sustainability, built around the central theme of designing future society for our lives. In fact, our delegation visited a wide range of pavilions at the Expo, which collectively showcased global innovations across key sectors such as technology and innovation, sustainability and environment, manufacturing and industry, agriculture and food, wellness and culture and tourism, and the creative economy. In fact, I would say there were many pavilions and it was a tough task because each pavilion had a serpentine queue. But we had to take the help of the ITPO, our Government of India pavilion there in Osaka, and somehow we could manage to visit many pavilions. And the best pavilion, I think, was, I would say, Osaka Health Pavilion was very nice. In fact, Osaka City Pavilion there was very well designed, and it was very, and the inside, the technology was just fabulous. In fact, I just would like to mention to you, they selected 2 or 3 of us and we were supposed to be scanned by the robot, and after that they showed me how I would look at 2050. And they not only told me how I look, probably if I had shown the video, it would have been nice, but after that they also said, your teeth is A, your muzzle, maybe it's C, your heart cardio is B. So they gave different grades based on the scanning done by the robot. I think it was very nice. I think a lot of care is taken for the preventive health care, and they have a very aging population, and I think the entire health plan was really very nice. And in fact, they also had a tap. I think when we washed our hands, the water comes in microns, and without using soap or soap solution, our hands become very nice. I asked them, how is it? They said, the water goes in microns and gets into the pores of the skin and cleans up. You know, really. But about the cost, I think you can understand. Japanese technology, very expensive. He said 30 lakhs. So, any takers? Then, going to Osaka was also very good. We all thought 8,000, 9,000 Bangalore steps is pretty good. But sir, we had to go 20,000 plus for both the days. We had to go around the expo, and I think it was a very good exercise for us also. So as far as the MOU is concerned, I would like to mention to you, it was promoting exchange between micro, small and medium enterprises in manufacturing and related sectors. So they were very clear, we want only manufacture. We tried to push them, why not service in, no, only manufacture. I think very, very focused. They said initially we are strong in manufacturing and we want manufacturing to be the focus area as far as Osaka and India is concerned. The other aspect was the fostering the collaboration between the startup ecosystem of both regions. As far as startup ecosystem, they are open to any sector. There's no problem, there's no any restriction. So I think that would be a good opportunity for businesses in India. The MOU is also designed to bridge Karnataka's vibrant startup ecosystem with Osaka's renowned manufacturing prowess, paving the way for joint ventures, knowledge exchange and technology transfer. And it is built around 2 key pillars, promoting SME exchanges and fostering startup collaborations to drive innovation and growth. In fact, just before going for the Osaka Expo, we did have a meeting with our Consul General, and he was very clear. Sir, we don't want to do only MOUs. They'll go to the government, sign MOU, go to BCIC, sign MOU. After that, what? I want follow-up. I want constant follow-up. Sir, we are doing it, sir. Next week again we are having one B2B. After that we have lined up a lot of things, and I can assure you BCIC is one chamber from Karnataka having an office in Tokyo. And we will also, now after opening in Tokyo, we'll say one maybe Tokyo desk, Osaka desk, why not? We'll have so many desks. I think the MOU between BCIC and Osaka marks a very significant milestone. It creates a bridge between innovation and industrial production, where our startups can scale using Osaka's manufacturing strengths, and Osaka's industries can modernize with our technological agility. It is a powerful synergy designed to drive growth and set a new model for bilateral prosperity. Reflecting this broader India-Japan collaboration framework, this partnership is expected to accelerate new industry creation, skill development, and market expansion. In fact, we have been talking to a couple of colleges last week, where they have an engineering college have told us, why don't you teach us in Japanese language? And we have already sent a proposal. Probably once it happens, probably we'll have a lot of students who want to do business, work in Japan, because without the language it's going to be very tough. And I think something will happen in the coming weeks. Our Japan initiatives team, you don't know about this, this happened only last week. We hope at least about few hundred students, if they can be trained in the Japanese language, probably that would be very nice. On this occasion, I would just like to know how many of you are not members of BCIC? Okay. So, firstly, I will request you please become members, because the gateway to Japan is BCIC. So I can assure you, we will sort of be a bridge between Japan and India, and I would like you to please become members, and we'll see to that you'll be benefited a lot. Now coming to the second part, is a formal vote of thanks. Sir, I profusely thank all the dignitaries present here. His Excellency Nakame Tutsumu, Consul General of Japan in Bangalore. Sir, thank you for your for gracing the occasion and making it very colorful, and you have been very attentively hearing to everything, and your Kannada is very good, sir. Better than my Japanese. Dr. Selva Kumar, Sir Principal Secretary, Commerce Industry Department, a very silent person. He's so silent you think he'll not work, but whatever you ask him, he will see to that. A job is done. So thank you very much for your support. Government of Karnataka has always been supporting our BCIC, and BCIC has been supporting them in Japan. When they had a meeting there, we saw to that. A lot of companies, wherever we had the connections, we were able to do it. So thank you very much, sir. I think Madam was not here, Gunjan Krishna. And then we had Mr. Toshiharu Mizutani, Director General of JETRO, Bangalore. Sir, nice to see you here. And then we also have Mr. Tomohiro Kaneko, Executive Vice President of SMRJ, and then Mr. Satoshi Uchida, who has also come to our chamber in the past, Director of Matching Support, SMRJ, and Mr. Sudeep S. Dalmai, who's the COO of Toyota Kirloskar. Sir, we'd like to thank you all for your valuable presence, your presentations, and also insights shared today. I also especially would like to thank the Japan Initiatives Committee headed by A.V. Srinivasan, Mr. K.G. Suresh of Japan, Mr. Murali, and Anil Raj for organizing this event in a very nice manner. And I'm sure today's proceedings will go on very well. And I also would like to thank the Secretariat for doing a wonderful job. I hope they'll organize a good dinner at the end of the day. And I would like to especially thank Preeti, who's taken a lot of pain, and last 1 week she's not slept properly. Last but not the least, I would like to thank you all for taking your time off, and I'm sure at the end of the day it would be a very, I would say, interesting and a useful session. And I look forward that all of you at the end of the day become members of BCIC, and BCIC will be your gateway to Japan. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Hirofumi Sato-san. We would like to invite him, sir. We look forward to working closely with JAL, sir.
We have many delegates from Japan, but Sato-san has been introduced because he just took over in April. There is a flight which goes directly from here to Narita. We are requesting him to give us connectivity to Nagoya and Osaka also. Thank you so much, Sato-san.
So the second announcement is post the tea break. There are two panel discussions on promoting manufacturing and startup ecosystem, and the other on MSMEs, addressed by distinguished speakers from Japan and India. And now we would like to have a very small break, and I would request the delegates that you can bring in your coffee cups inside so that we will start the next session on time. Thank you. And I request all the dignitaries to on the dais for a photograph, sir, group photograph.
Very good evening to all of you, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. Also, first of all, I'd like to thank BCIC for giving me the opportunity to talk about this very important subject of opportunities for Japanese companies in Africa, Middle East, and Europe. How can we make in India for the world? So running through the presentation, I'll be talking a little bit about the overview of India's export growth story, presence and contribution of Japanese firms in India's growth, some select case studies, select future opportunities, as well as the way forward. Starting off with the overview of India's export growth story, we all know that we've been maintaining good momentum on the GDP at about 6.5%. Exports have grown at about 9.5% over the last 5 years. And in our quest to become a developed economy by the year 2047, we are looking at a $30 trillion size of the economy, a per capita income increasing to about USD 18,000, 25% contribution coming from manufacturing, 10% share in global exports, and at the same time also looking at a strong focus on sustainability. When we look at some of our merchandise export, we see that Middle East, Africa, and Europe together account for 45%. Of course, the United States is the single largest importer, but these three regions combined together make up about 45%. There have been a lot of initiatives from the government of India that have been drivers for this export story, whether it's in the form of foreign trade and export promotion, it's been in the form of infrastructure and logistics policies, also in measures that have been taken for ease of doing business and digital initiatives, and at the same time some of the recent trade agreements that have been signed, whether it's the India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, it's the India-EU Free Trade Agreement, India-Africa Free Trade Agreement, or the India-Oman UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, all of which have helped catalyze this kind of growth. Also, we see that engineering goods and chemicals account for 52% of India's total exports and contribute major export categories to the regions of interest, which are Africa, Europe, and Middle East. Of course, the major sectors driving this are electronics goods, especially mobile phones, pharmaceuticals, engineering goods, which includes automobiles and agriculture, and engineering goods and petroleum products form the bulk of exports from India to Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Also important to look at how services has grown. So we see that we've grown at a very healthy rate of about 13% over the last 5 years on the back of very well-known factors of we having a skilled workforce advantage with about 30 to 40% lower operating costs. India still remains a very cost-effective global delivery base. Services exports from India schemes which have been able to catalyze the sector. Also rise of global capability centers, many of which are here very much in Bangalore as well. We have about 1,600 of those in India, employing about 1.6 million people, and also a large boost towards digital infrastructure, whether it's in the form of Aadhaar, UPI, and the like. Now, it's important at this stage to look at the presence and contribution of Japanese firms in India's growth story. Well, as you can see here, Japanese companies have established a strong presence across multiple sectors in India, significantly contributing to the country's manufacturing and export story, whether we look at engineering goods, which includes automobiles, industrial machinery, machine tools, chemical products, electronic goods, agriculture, textiles or services, and you see quite a few very well-known names in each of these category areas. Also, Japan has supported India's growth through investments, infrastructure projects, manufacturing setups, and skill development. For example, it's the 5th largest FDI investor, a cumulative 3 lakh crore invested over the last 25 years. Also, in terms of overseas development assistance loan, ODA assistance loan, India is the largest overseas beneficiary of JICA since 2003, and 4.4 lakh crore cumulative commitment over the last almost 50 years. In terms of manufacturing, the dedicated freight corridor, 45% of India's dedicated freight corridor was funded by Japan, which has led to a 4.5x reduction in greenhouse gas emissions up to 2041. That's the projection. Also, in terms of Make in India, 50% of all Japanese companies, which are about 1,400 in number, are in the manufacturing sector and contribute directly or indirectly to the Make in India initiative. Also in terms of infrastructure, approximately 50% of the total metro length of 6 tier 1 cities has been funded by JICA. In terms of high-speed rail, the bullet train projects that are coming up, expected to create more than 90,000 jobs, and also in the construction phase, and lead to about 36,000 people commuting daily in both directions. Also in terms of skill development, 6% of all IT and startup jobs, which is about 3.6 lakh jobs in 2023, were estimated to be created through Japanese private investments. And also national skill development, where about 20,000 youth trained of the 30,000 goal by JEC over the last 7 years. So we see there is an all-round contribution that Japanese firms have had in India. Also, if we look at, directly in terms of numbers contributing to India's economy by increasing local sourcing and making India a global export hub, as you can see on this slide, the net value of domestically sourced goods has gone up from 1 trillion JPY to 2 trillion JPY, which is 2x in the last 7 years. Also, the value of local procurement as a percentage of revenues has grown up from 25 to 37% in the last 7 years, which has given a significant boost to the Make in India campaign as well. As you can see on the right hand side, many companies from India of Japanese origin are exporting across the globe. For example, Suzuki is exporting to about 100 countries from India, like Panasonic, even Uniqlo, Daikin, all of them have been great export stories from India. Let's also look at beyond this, what have been the reasons how these companies have been able to leverage India as a hub is through focus on process, people, and technology. In terms of process, I think industrial zones, infrastructure, some of which we also heard about in the last session. Also, in terms of systems, which are integrating quality systems, export packaging, compliance certificates to meet some of the demands of the regions of interest. For example, EU have been set up, and also export-ready supply chain and cluster infrastructure for faster setup and shorter lead times. In terms of people, I think that's also been a great success story of a mixed expat and local management model to promote innovation, establishing the Japan-India Institute of Manufacturing to train on shop floor processes, 5S, Kaizen, and all of that. Also setting up of GCCs in India to access the younger workforce that is available, that a very good quantum of which is available in the form of the human capital in the country. In example, 85 Japanese GCCs in India employ about 180,000 people. And also in terms of technology, bringing in a lot of technological innovations to, for example, smart factory solutions, using Indian R&D and engineering centers to adapt global products for export markets, and also co-creation of technology solutions between Indian and Japanese startups. Let's also look at some of the select case studies that have been very successful in the country. I think first and foremost is, of course, Maruti Suzuki, which began exports way back in 1986. In FY 24-25, they exported close to 330,000 vehicles. Cumulatively, about 3 million units as of November 2024 have been exported, and these include about 17 models to 100 different countries. In another one from a very different industry, Daikin, entered the market in 2003, sold about 1.2 million room AC units, a turnover of about 10,500 crores, and now setting up a new third manufacturing plant in Sri City, which is expected to be the largest AC manufacturing facility in Southeast Asia, and is expected to serve export markets. They have a target of manufacturing 5 million units by 2030, of which 1 million will be for exports. Moving on, I think Tata Hitachi, another one which established way back in 1961, operates multiple facilities, including one very close here in Dharwad. Again, has steadily localized key components, and is plans to scale up exports by 2x by 2027. Panasonic, again operating 7 manufacturing facilities, also operating an engineering center in Bangalore. Again, planning to raise exports to 10% of revenue by 2030, and already accounting for a lot of exports to Middle East, Africa, South Asia, and Japan. So based on these case studies, what Japanese firms have done, there are select future opportunities that are coming up. I've listed some of them here. I wouldn't say they're completely exhaustive, but some of them which clearly come out. One is in steel. So Scale India is a low-cost base for advanced electrical and grain-oriented steel for EV motors as well as grid equipment. As you know, we are going to upgrade a lot of our grid in India, so a lot of that equipment will be needed here. And then that can also be exported to some of these regions, which are also looking at some of these things happening, including with the transition to more and more green technologies. Again, what sort of a synergy between India and Japan could happen here? Japanese metallurgy and processing technology would complement India's raw material access, including iron ore and low-cost manufacturing. And we do have a lot of examples of this. For example, JSW India and JFE of Japan, JV, to expand electrical steel capacity, announcing an investment of about $670 million. In automobiles, I think already well known, but I think with the era of XEVs also coming in, we could see a lot of manufacturing of those happen for cost competitive XEVs and E2-wheelers for exporting across the globe. Japanese powertrain and battery technology combined with India's frugal engineering capabilities as well as the large supply chain base that we have here could certainly be used very, very synergistically and has already been used to a large extent in the ICE era as well. Here again, there's a great example of Maruti Suzuki exporting the e-Vitara, the battery electric vehicle, including to Europe. In textiles, again, export ready-made garments and technical textiles where quality and price matter a lot. For example, workwear, sportswear, all of that. Here again, Japanese process, quality control and machinery combined with India's large MSME fabric base and lower garmenting costs could certainly be leveraged. And we again see that 8.2% of India's exports are actually textile and apparel, and this could also be leveraged much more in the future. Moving on, I think even in white goods, scaling exports of ACs, refrigerators and appliances tailored to hot climates in the Middle East region as well as Africa, and also very robust products because, as they say, if the product can work in India, it can also work in many other markets automatically. Here again, there'll be a lot of synergies that can be exploited, for example, between Japanese energy efficient technology, compressors, control systems with the lower BOM cost in India, and again leveraging the large MSME components base. Here again, Daikin is a great example of how they are planning to leverage this. In terms of machine tools, exporting machine tools and capital equipment, the government of India also has a strong focus on increasing the contribution of the capital goods sector in the country, and this could again be leveraged, for example, with very high-tech proven engineering capabilities of the Japan machine tool design and automation sector, along with India's growing manufacturing cluster in assembly SMEs. Here again, there are a lot of successful examples of companies doing this and exporting to rest of the globe. Finally, agriculture, which forms a large part of our GDP. I think scaling value-added agri products like spices, processed foods, basmati, non-basmati rice, marine products, etc. Here again, as you know, a lot of our produce is also wasted. So Japanese cold chain processing and quality control technology, combining with India's raw material availability for agriculture, as well as MSME processors and competitive costs, could certainly give a boost to this sector as well. In addition, one more opportunity area, which has sort of been the flavor of the season for a large part of this year at least, is rare earths. As many of you may know, India holds the third largest reserves of rare earths in the world. It's at about 8%, so it's very small as compared to China's 49%, but we do hold the third largest, but we have zero processing capabilities here. Now, in Japan, there are companies like Shinetsu Chemicals, Hitachi Metals, Proterial, Sumitomo Corporation, Toyota Tsusho, all of which have capabilities in this area. So using India's resource base, along with Japanese technology, could help tide over some of this global rare earth crisis, which we've been at the receiving end of for a large part of this year. And this is, again, a great opportunity to be leveraged. Finally, just summing it all up, in terms of what could be done. Probably selecting additional from what we all are doing, 2-3 export-ready clusters, picking and prioritizing them, having the focused capex in those clusters, and export enablement programs, localizing the high-value components, high-margin subsystems in India to capture greater value and meet rules of origin thresholds as well. Forge India-Japan strategic JVs for critical materials, like I talked about rare earths right now. Optimizing trade and logistics pathways so as to reduce some of those costs, which becomes a disadvantage sometimes in terms of overall cost equations. But work is already going on in this direction. Also, I think something that's already been mastered very well by all the Japanese companies is how to establish a seamless communication between headquarter and the India subsidiaries. I think that could further be leveraged. And finally, and importantly, very importantly, investing in digital export platforms, because that is how the supply chains of the future will be built more and more, and using also more and more accurate forecasting models so as to be able to very precisely cater to the export demand that emerges. With that, I reach the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir, for that brief but exhaustive presentation. I invite our mentor of Manufacturing Expert Committee and Senior Vice President of TVS Motor Company, Dr. Devarajan, to felicitate Mr. Ashim. Thank you, sir. The next panel discussion is on the context setting, co-working of India and Japan for the global good in manufacturing. I invite Mr. Satoshi Igarashi, Head International Business Division, Shinkin Central Bank, Japan. Igarashi-san has mixed experience in global markets and SME financing at Shinkin Central Bank for over 25 years. After opening the Singapore subsidiary office in 2021, he was covering Southern Asia and Southeast Asia places as well. He has been in charge of international business at Shinkin Central Bank, initiating alliances with ICICI Bank and others. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you. Igarashi-san will be moderating the panel discussion. I now invite Mr. Hiroyuki Ishida, founder and MD, Mosaic Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Please. Mr. Ishida-san, a Japanese entrepreneur and engineer, has built a global career across Japan, Australia, Canada, Singapore, and India. After pioneering ventures in digital publishing and cloud-based systems, he founded Mosaic Private Limited in Bangalore, focusing on innovative waste management, EV, and sustainability projects. Thank you, sir. I invite Mr. Nobuki Yahiro-san, Managing Director, Toyota Susho India Private Limited. Yahiro-san is the Managing Director of Toyota Susho India Private Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Toyota Susho Corporation of Japan, part of the Toyota Group. He also serves as Regional Officer at the Asia Pacific region. With extensive global leadership experience, Mr. Yahiro has been instrumental in strengthening Toyota Susho's presence in India across sectors such as mobility, green infrastructure, circular economy, supply chain, and digital solutions. He envisions India as a key hub for innovation and growth, emphasizing the integration of technology, sustainability, and social responsibility. Welcome you, sir. I now invite Mr. Manabu Yokoda, Director, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. Mr. Yokota is a global finance and strategy professional with extensive experience in mergers and acquisition, business restructuring, and corporate governance. With international exposure across the US, Europe, and Asia, he has led strategy formulation, PMI, and new business development for global corporations. He has focused on governance, risk management, and MAA support for overseas subsidiaries. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all dignitaries and distinguished guests. In this session, we'd like to talk about co-working for India and Japan for global good in manufacturing. Before starting, let me briefly introduce my company, Shinkin Central Bank. Shinkin Bank Group, among the biggest banking group in Japan, with 7,000 branches, specialized in SME financing. Outside of Japan, we are supporting more than 4,000 Japanese SME clients in Asian countries, not only in financing areas, but also clients' businesses areas, by connecting clients with partners in every country. In India, we are supporting more than 80 clients. Today, it's my great pleasure to have one of my important clients attending this conference, Mr. Yachi Rajesh from Yanako India Private Limited. Yanako has advanced technologies in water quality monitoring system. They opened Bangalore subsidiary. They tried to apply their technology in collaboration with Indian companies, not only in India, but also into Asian countries, ASEAN countries. This is a role model connecting Japanese expertise with India technologies. Makes a lot of countries more environmentally sustainable. Now let me introduce our distinguished panelists. First, Mr. Hiroyuki Ishida in the middle, founder and managing director of Mosaic Private Limited. After graduating in 1988, he has diverse and deep experience in a variety of industries in Australia, Canada, and Singapore. In 2017, he finally chose India to establish his new venture, fintech startup, with business partners such as Yes Bank and Jio. Also, he started training Indian engineers. During COVID period, again, he searched for new opportunities and he came up with establishment of Mosaic Private Limited in Bangalore to start garbage disposal business using coastal water. Also, Mr. Ishida has begun multiple new projects such as the EV rickshaw, prosthetic arm, IT services. Now, Mr. Ishida is still teaching Indian students not only Japanese language, but also Japanese culture and technology. Now move to Mr. Nobuyuki Yahiro, to the right, Managing Director of Toyota Tsusho India Private Limited, also the Chairman of the Japanese Chamber of Industries and Commerce in Bangalore. Mr. Yahiro joined Toyota Tsusho Corporation in 1994. He rose to the position of Chief Corporate Officer of Chemical Division of Toyota Tsusho Corporation in 2020. In March 2022, he was posted to India as the Managing Director of Toyota Tsusho India Private Limited. He has a rich experience of 30 years having worked in Indonesia, Vietnam, and Japan. Third, let me introduce Mr. Manabu Yokota to the left-hand side, Director of Grant Thornton Barrett LLP. With his long and deep experience in advisory services at Big Four companies, since May 2022, he has been in charge of supporting the establishment of the governance and risk management of overseas subsidiaries, supporting PMO for M&A and PMI, and supporting business planning. Since August 2024, he has been seconded to member firm Grant Thornton Barrett LLP. Now let's move on to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ishida.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hi, my name is Hiro Ishida from the Mosaic Private Limited. I'm been in India for the 2017. First, when I come to the India, I was in the consultant business to the established company, help the India Japanese company. And then 2020 start for the skill training business. And then currently my the main business is skill training. Yeah, so our mission is the teaching skill and then the Japanese language and then the good talented to send to Japan. But not only in Japan, also the who want working in Japan company, they can stay in there and then working in the Japanese company. So this is the current number. I already sent it dispatched to the 70 engineer, and then the almost 100% student who got the job in Japan. And then the currently 60 engineer, study in my company. And then I have another, the Japanese agent, 15 agent contracted us. And then the 100 job description currently there. And then the maybe more than 1,000, the talented they are looking for. We're teaching Japanese language, but not only the Japanese. The people who studied, the Japanese exam. That's the goal. But we are teaching for them that they can work in Japan. So we teaching the 2-hour Japanese, and then the 2-hour for the conversation class, and then doing for the 3-hour for project, and then all the project we teaching by Japanese. Then the people get ready to work in Japan. Most of the who study Japanese, they after the L2 exam, but they cannot speak. So the people get stuck in the interview, with the Japanese company, and then also they don't know how to work in Japan. This is also the problem. We have a big culture gap in the Japan and in India. So we also teaching for the skill development. Even the Japanese company and then the Indian company, we have a bit gap, especially the automotive industry. Okay, in Indian, the university or college, they are teaching for the CAD, but most of the Japanese company using for the NX or CATIA. Then, they must study before they go there, because when they go to Japan, and then they start training, then that is the Japanese companies get the risk. So it's better to teach in India. That's why we are training to them the skill training as well. And then also that we have a lot of requests from the Japanese company. Since the couple years before, all the Japanese company come to India and then start business in here. But what their problem is a communication. Okay, so we start the training for the Japanese company to the Japanese language training as a skill training as well. So, for example, we teach the Indian engineer who doesn't have a knowledge of the Japanese 3 months training, 10 to 7 o'clock. And then after 3 months, they're going to pass the N4 level, and then the conversation level, and then they send it to the Japan. And then 4 to 6 months, they get the skill training in Japan. After 6 months, they will come back to India and then get ready to work. And then they are going to the team leader of the company, and then they're going to be teach the skill training to the Indian engineer. So we found that this is a good way to do that. And then lots of Japanese company, wants to do this training business, because when they come, when they're training Japanese, when they do that skill training, this is a big risk for the company. So if you want to collaborate with a Japanese company, maybe you're going to be hired a bilingual engineer, then collaborate with a Japanese company. This is good that way to do that. Okay. So important is the bridge engineer's position. Okay. Bridge engineer is not the entrepreneur. Okay, not the translator. Engineer who have a skill, also who can speak Japanese, because they can deeply, discuss with a Japanese company, and then, the less miscommunication. Then, matching or collaboration is going to be successful. This is what we're doing right now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ishida-san. Now, please welcome Mr. Nobuyuki Hiro.
Good evening. So, namaskar. It's great honor to me to participate this third India-Japan Business Summit. I would like to express my sincere thanks, especially for the BCIC today. Thank you very much. So, taking this opportunity, just briefly introduce our company, and also I would like to mention about why collaboration with Indian startups is getting more important. I mentioned just Indian startups, but please understand it's lead, including Indian SME and also Japanese SME. So this is our outline of Toyota Tsusho India. The headquarters in Bangalore, and nearly 30 years history. Originally we started business relating automotive industry as a Toyota Automotive Group. So currently, in order to diversify our business portfolio, not only automotive but various business fields we are making bigger year by year. So at this moment, the consolidated basis, our group employee in India is more than 12,000. So this is our locations. So Toyota Tsusho India branch offices, including close to 10, the green marks from A to H. The pink marks mentioned about our Toyota Tsusho India invested companies in India. And also we have other yellow category. This is direct investment company from Toyota Tsusho Japan. So all these are under my responsibility right now. So Global Toyota Tsusho Group has set up we have 8 sales division that mentioned in the bottom. In parallel, we set up the global 7 priority domains like on the top and the middle. Especially in India, we selected 5 strategic domains at this moment as red circled, like, sorry, I have no eyesight. So then, the originally and next mobility field and the circular economy and battery and economy of life, it's coming from healthcare or something. And remarkably, our group has a strong business entity in Africa continent. Even though until now, over the 20 years, we have so many partnerships in the local Indian companies, but especially rather big companies like Kirloskar, TVS, and others mentioned at this moment. But now we are trying to have a more relationship with various category, various layer of business entity, including Indian startups and SME, also together with Japanese medium companies. Because the last presenter mentioned about the great prosperity of the Japanese big company like Suzuki and Daikin or something. But to acquire real global competitiveness to compete with China or Thailand or other country, what India have to do together with Japan is to make much more Make in India necessary. I mean, not only big investor, Japanese manufacturing company, but the various layer of company should be necessary to make real global competitiveness. What I mentioned, the global competition, global competitiveness, I suppose consists of S, Q, D, C, and C. S coming from safety, Q of course from quality, D from delivery, and C from cost. And additional cost for coming years, carbon neutrality or something. That kind of multi-factor have to consider to acquire real global competitiveness. So that's why not only big company, but medium-scale company and startups, the combination and the collaboration should be necessary so that we mean the India and Japan business will be the winner in the world. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yahiro-san. Now, please welcome Mr. Manabu Yokota.
Good evening. Namaskar. Namaste. Namaste. Sorry, I have not yet understood the difference between the Namaskar and Namaste. So after this meeting, let me know. Anyway, my topic is startup and innovation. I will explain about this topic by 5 slides from as follows. Sorry. Yes.
Actually, I heard about Shiro-san's presentation. I understood. I missed our firm's overview. I think my CEO would be angry after this event. Anyway, actually, I'm working at accounting firm, Grant Thornton. But today, let me explain. Based on the new business development and innovation experience, when I was working at the Japanese chemical company and the Japanese electronics companies. Of course, now I'm supporting for the Japanese companies, including a startup. But I think such an experience should reflect and probably fit with my topic, startup and innovation. So from such a principal viewpoint, I will explain this topic from now. Principal standpoint, I was looking for some startup and innovation opportunities globally. And United States, Europe, and China is very famous for the startup ecosystem. But in my understanding, such an ecosystem built based on the technology, educational factor or something. Let's say the supply side. On the other hand, nowadays, India and Southeast Asia, of course India is much bigger, they are very interesting from a demand side, let's say social issue. Of course Japan and global has a lot of social issue, but Southeast Asia and also India has, they are very big countries and has some social issues. Startup incubated and developed in such social issue areas. And India is one of the big three countries with unicorns. You can see on the right side, India's startup is a very big, hugely increasing, over 100%. And of course, Karnataka, Bangalore is one of the famous areas. And key statistics, IT service, healthcare, and education, it's a very famous areas for the Indian startup ecosystem. Let me change a bit topics to the conceptual slide. When I was working at business companies in Japan and Europe, we were focusing on the existing market and the existing product. At that time, we are struggling why we don't have speed, POC cycles, and human resources and challenge spirit. I think most of traditional companies may have a similar issue or struggling topics. On the other hand, startup has a speed, POC cycle, and human resources and challenge spirit. Traditional companies don't have such factors. On the other hand, traditional companies may have investment money, production facilities, and sales and brand networking. I think such factors startups don't have. So mutually, corporate and startups can take benefits through the collaboration between the startup and corporate, especially traditional companies. And also the it's quite difficult to make innovation by in-house only. I believe startup and innovation should be built and developed through such a collaboration. Yes. At last, my message to the audience, based on my experience. Yeah, of course, no doubt, India has one of the global established startup ecosystem. Especially, it's very attractive for Japanese companies to reach out domestic large market to obtain capability, especially IT technology, and purchase entry ticket. Actually, the ecosystem basically is a very closed society. So entry ticket is very valuable. Finally, on the other hand, each ecosystem, not only India, also globally, each ecosystem has a unique characteristics. So with consideration of your culture, direction, and strengths of company itself, it's crucial to join startup ecosystem. Of course, India is a very unique, and also India is a hugely increasing. I think it's a very attractive for the Japanese company. Yeah, of course, non-Japanese company as well. So, let's sum up. No way to cherry pick from startup ecosystem, because if you may cherry pick one good startup, such a startup should be this inside the in-house. So you should join ecosystem overall and develop together for innovation. It's a very important, and this is a message from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yokoto-san. Now let's move on to Q&A session. But can I have a mic? Okay. Okay, I got a few questions from the partners and the audience. The first one is for Mr. Ishida. What types of industries offer job opportunities in Japan?
Okay, yeah. Currently, I got lots of industry, the request from Japan. Mechatronic, and then the electronic, IT, agriculture, and then the lots of industry. They are looking for the Indian talent right now. So currently, I have more than 1,000 talent requested. And then, but the most important is that they're looking for the who can speak Japanese. But in the future, they are going to consider to not hire in Japan. They want the outsource to the India. So we also get ready to the engineer to who can speak Japanese in India. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The second question is to Mr. Yahiro. You have been the chairman of the Japanese Chamber of Industry and Commerce in Bangalore. By your knowledge and experience here, have the Japanese companies in Bangalore adapted to the local culture, government policies, availability of talents for their operations in Bangalore?
Thank you very much. Honestly, at this moment, this year, I'm deputy chairman of JCC. Last year, I was chairman. Yeah, thank you very much for your question. At first, let me explain about myself. So during the last 4 years, I spent in India. So I always traveling in so many various cities in India. So everyone, do you know how many World Heritage at this moment in India? This year already 44. And I already went 22. I have no idea how many years I need. No, another half is as a rural area and very difficult to access. But let me try to complete sometime. Yeah. Myself, I really would like to know about India itself, and of course Karnataka and Bangalore. So this is a very basic knowledge or experience to have a business relation. So that the partners, what is the background? So to learn about such a history and religion and culture, that is quite basic know-how. So that's why I would like to do. So I myself really understand and learn about Bangalore culture and food. And I suppose and I believe as a Japanese expert in this area, also they are struggling and trying to learn about this country and this city. But one thing, that especially some of the governmental regulation or something, it is quite not stable sometimes. So this is quite difficult for foreigner to catch up such a unstableness. That is a point I learned from my experience in this country.
Thank you very much. Okay, probably this is the final question to Mr. Yokota. What is the role of startups for innovation?
Thank you for your question, Igarashi-san. Actually, from my perspective and based on experience, actually I was struggling for innovation in-house. Startup can provide very unique solution, and sometimes it's very difficult for in-house people to think about that by ourselves. So sometimes a bit difficult to understand, but such a solution provider is a startup's role. Second one is knowledge or know-how they have. They are in front of the market. So sometimes their knowledge or experience is very fresh and also very unique. And finally, as I explained, nowadays knowledge or recognize social issue or social problem is a very critical. And sometimes startups, and especially for example healthcare startup or educational startup in India, they are struggling for social issues and social problems. They have a lot of the experience and a lot of the knowledge in such areas. Such assets, I think, very critical for the innovation for the companies.
Thank you, Yokota-san. Now, I think it's time to wrap up. So, I believe with these three distinguished speakers, we have been successful to show our examples of success in a collaboration between India and Japan in areas of people, industry, and innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining, and please join me to make big applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
you very much, sir. I now invite Mr. E.V. Srinivasan, Mr. T.R. Parshuraman, our Senior Vice President, Mr. Ravi, Mr. Tyagavalliyappa, and Mr. Murli to kindly come on stage and felicitate the panelists.
Group photo, sir. Sir, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ again. Sir, come this way. Okay.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next session, Challenges and Remedies for MSMEs to Accelerate Cooperation between India and Japan. I now invite Mr. Deepak Anand, Associate Director, JCSS Consulting, to present on Make in India and BIS certification. Mr. Deepak Anand comes over with 23 years of experience in Japan-focused business development, investment facilitation, and international collaboration. He began his career with Shinsei Bank in Japan and later moved on to JETRO, driving over 250 Japanese investment projects and conducting extensive feasibility studies in partnership with Indian regional governments. A bilingual professional and prolific author of 500 plus Japanese language articles, he currently serves as Associate Director at GCSS Consulting and India Advisor for SMRJ, supporting Japanese SMEs in their India market entry and expansion initiatives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good evening, everyone. So first, I sincerely thank BCIC for giving this opportunity to present my views about Make in India and sharing some of the data which might be useful to all of you. So the topic of the subject which I have chosen is Make in India, how much success we have achieved, where we are looking ahead, and what are the challenges we might face while realizing this dream to make India as a global manufacturing hub. And I'll also try to set the context in terms of collaboration what we have, especially for Indian companies to work with Japanese companies. So the whole presentation is about Make in India and how much investment and how Japan is contributing to Make in India campaign, and what are the challenges Japanese companies are facing in terms of investing in India. And that is where we also see a little bit of opportunity for them to work with Indian companies especially. And So I think this is very generic data, and we all are aware that India is the fastest growing economy in the world right now among major economies, and it is expected to grow with 6.5% every year until 2030. And with this pace, it is quite a realistic figure, and with this pace we anticipate by 2027 we will achieve the economy size of 7 trillion, surpassing Germany to become third largest economy. And by 2030, it is $10 trillion target, which government has set, which is very realistic. But the biggest challenge, or if we talk about the balanced economic approach or sustainable growth approach, then where we lack because our economy is very much service-centric, and compared to countries, other developing countries like China, Vietnam, and Thailand, our ratio, the contribution of manufacturing to the Indian GDP is very less. It is hardly 15 to, it has grown partially 2% in last decade, and which is not the expected result, but of course the investments in manufacturing sector is growing, but at the same time we have our own challenges which we have to overcome. So whole story started when Indian government, in the previous regime, when government came with the concept of national manufacturing policy and started giving a lot of weightage to set up the large manufacturing clusters in India, and they selected some of the possible promising sectors where it was very much possible for India to become global manufacturing hub. And previous government tried to materialize it in terms of by developing the National Investment and Manufacturing Zone. So along the corridor of Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor and Chennai-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, almost initially 13 zones were identified, but later on 9 more zones were identified across these clusters, and the concept of NIMZ was materialized, which was just because it was Manmohan Singh government, and in 2 years later on the whole government got changed, and with the emergence of Modi government, the concept was retained, but it was repackaged as Make in India initiative, which became the pet project of Prime Minister Modi. But it was slightly improvised, because previous concept was mostly to focus only on making India as a manufacturing hub, but Modi government added one more major vision change, which was to make India also a global R&D hub. So that was one of the visionary change, but overall the policy remained the same. The target was to achieve at least 25% contribution from manufacturing to GDP, which is still achievable, and government is working on towards these directions. So overall, 27 target industries, including service industries, were selected as a focus sector, and government brought in a lot of policies and a lot of incentive packages so that India can grow in terms of inviting more investments in these sectors. So during the Modi 1.0 regime, most of the policy level reforms were done, but in the second Modi 2.0, which is also called as Make in India 2.0, the major game changer was PLI, because we came across Corona, and that was a very challenging phase, and all of a sudden government started pushing industries to shift their focus from China to India, and that was the first very hard push by the Indian government when they started appealing to the global entities to invest in India and setting up their manufacturing base in India. So total 14 sectors were identified, and PLI became a major game changer, because this is one of the incentive packages which attracted a lot of investment from the overseas companies. So going forward, in last 10 years, a lot of remarkable achievement we have achieved in terms of export. You can see it almost got doubled in last 10 years, and especially if I have to highlight one significant achievement, then you can see in the below slide India has become the net exporter of electronic goods. This was one of the major achievements in the last 10 years. And in the right side slide, you can see how many factories has been set up. And the data is of 2023-24. But you can see the major cluster development has happened across Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Gujarat in the west has attracted a lot of manufacturing unit, and the number has exactly doubled in the last 10 years. So this is one major development we can see. In terms of FDI also, almost in 2024-25, we attracted the highest FDI till today, and one of the major contributor to the Indian FDI was Japan. I think our previous speaker also highlighted that part. And in terms of PLI scheme, we have seen that almost $25 billion of investments have been realized, which has created almost 12 lakh plus jobs in the Indian ecosystem. So, of course, as far as overseas companies are concerned, Japan is one of the largest contributor to manufacturing. And as we know, all the major automobile and industrial equipment companies, they have been contributing immensely to the manufacturing growth. So this trend is going to continue, and for Japan, China Plus One policy is still very effective, and they definitely see India as one of the target countries, focus country, to set up their manufacturing base other than China. And the necessity has come, especially after the Corona period, where all the companies have started looking parallel supply chain ecosystem other than China. So apart from India, Vietnam, Indonesia have also gained a lot of traction in terms of industrial investment, but India is the promising market because this size of market is not cannot be compared with markets like Vietnam and Indonesia. So that advantage India will always have. But what is the way forward? Because until now we have attracted a lot of investment. OEMs and tier 1, up to some extent tier 2 level of manufacturing ecosystem has come to India. But what needs to be done to make it more successful is the way forward for Make in India policy. And now when geopolitical scenario is shifting, a lot of countries have become a little bit conservative, and American impact, relationship with China, with all those complexities in international relations, the challenge for India is to develop the R&D ecosystem and also the high-grade materials, because as we can see, the rare earth metal, etc., completely the whole dependency is on China. But India, the next, as a policy level initiative, government is willing to develop high-grade materials within India, and without any doubt, Japan can be the biggest contributor to such initiatives. So I've given some example of some of the sectors which, from the Japanese perspective, it's going to be very happening sectors to assist Make in India initiative. And here you can see in how in last 10 years the manufacturing ecosystem has evolved. The region is specific, the region wise, if you see, the north cluster is highest in terms of consumption, and especially the presence of Maruti Suzuki and other Japanese major automotive makers. This is one of the largest automotive cluster. Western part is the cluster of automobile, chemicals, petrochemicals, textile, and processing machinery, and southern part is the cluster for high-tech industry. And as far as the metal and mineral development is concerned, the east part is gaining prominence. So this is how the cluster-wise development has happened across all the sectors. Coming to the automotive, this is again, data is available in public domain. We have achieved the level of automotive sales, what we achieved in 2018-19. That was the highest level we ever achieved. Now, automobile sector is looking forward to 2030, and Japan has biggest contribution in terms of four-wheeler market segment, and it will Japan will be continuously will be very promising, and most of the companies we know today, they are trying to increase their production capability to double from in next 5 years down the line. So this is just a sales figure of different major automobile OEMs, and we can see that Japan controls almost 60% of the market, and the trend will continue. But what is more promising, that almost all the manufacturing entities are trying to double their capacity. It means that OEMs, tier 1 suppliers, tier 2 suppliers, they have to add on double at every level, double capacity at every level. So tier 1 has to add 4 times more capacity, tier 2 level has to add 16 times capacity. So that is how it will increase. The capacity increment has to happen at every level. So this is what the necessity will arise, and companies like Toyota, Suzuki, and other Indian automobile makers, everyone is adding on those capacity, which will flourish more different layer of ecosystems in future. This is again semiconductor, which is one of the very focused area where Indian government is pushing a lot of global manufacturers to come and manufacture semiconductor and electronic components in India. And the semiconductor market is expected to grow to 100 billion, and with an average rate of 13 to 15%. And right now, the localization of semiconductor is hardly 8%, which is again going to be 19% in next 5 years down the line. So this is one very promising area and focus area by the Indian government. Until now, we have 10 approved projects by the Indian government, and we can see that majority of manufacturing is going to be clustered in Gujarat region, and R&D will be centralized in Bangalore. And this ecosystem can definitely be supported by a lot of Japanese entities, because they are the one who have a lot of materials to assist semiconductor development, and they are one of the major suppliers for equipments and chemicals. So without IT, IT is definitely going to be promising areas, and we have already been successful in terms of attracting a lot of global capacity centers by American MNCs, but penetration of Japanese until today has been very few. But we see a lot of traction from the Japanese industries to set up or leverage the GCC ecosystem in India, and recently all these new companies, we already know some new entries we can see in terms of GCC space. So this data is little old, like we used to prepare this data while we were in Jetro, but I don't know, recently the data is not published, but as of now we have 1,500 Japanese entities, and 85% of the entities are large industry. So we do not have enough presence of Japanese SMEs, and this is where we see a lot of traction coming in coming years. And some of the areas where we see good number of investments coming in is the electronic, FMCG, retail sector, and these are the sectors which will continuously bring in more Japanese FDIs in coming years. This is the data which I have compiled. We have been receiving almost, or personally I am meeting almost 100 to 125 new Japanese SMEs every quarter. And based upon the hearing and data what we obtain, majority of them are Japanese SMEs. And what the trend we can gather from them is that everyone wants to invest in India. And some of the sectors like automotive, including EV, electronic components, industrial machinery, health tech, data analytics, and IoT. So these are some of the major segments where these entities are willing to set up their base in India. Then everyone is willing to have a separate parallel supply chain other than China, Vietnam, in India, and that is how they are willing to set up their supply chain hub in India. Their focus is on low volume, low cost manufacturing, because primarily they serve the Japanese clients, but once that becomes sustained, then they target the Indian clients and all. But initially the volume is low, and for that India has been lacking that in kind of infrastructure like what we have in Thailand and other Asian countries, the plug and play facility. That needs to be grown. That is one of the major challenges they always mention. And because of that reason, going and coming to India with large investment, with no business certainty, everyone is looking for some sort of partnership, whether it comes in form of OEM, it comes in form of technical collaboration or joint venture, or joint R&D related things. So Japanese companies are also willing to invest in Indian startup ecosystem, but they are very cautious and they do not want to invest in startup just to make profit, but it has to be strategic in nature. So all the Japanese corporate venture capitals which are active in India, they always prefer more strategic investment, and especially they prefer deep tech industry. And currently we have almost 200 Japanese industrial projects, including the expansion projects, which is already under implementation in India, and it is going to be growing in coming years. Having said that, what are the major challenges? This is again as per the JETRO survey. The labor cost increase of insourcing cost, problems in import and custom related procedures, then local competitiveness, and compliance related problem, the taxation, regulation. These are some of the major challenges quoted by the Japanese entity. But on top of that, the most hot problem which has come up is quality control order. So in recent years, this has been a major challenge for Japanese companies, and it is preventing them to invest in India directly up to some extent. And the reason being that most of the ministries are coming up with the quality control order, especially in metal and related items, articles. Government has mandated to obtain the BIS certification. And because of that, the Japanese company who do not have clarity about the policy, who do not know what are the procedure to obtain this, and it's very difficult. In some cases, we have seen that many companies, they want to apply for BIS, even they have applied, but there is no response from the government. So that is disrupting the supply chain like anything. And companies who are, we have started hearing the voices from the Japanese small and very small companies who are just supplying some components, some critical parts, some engineering parts. They have been started mentioning that with this approach, it will be very difficult to do business in India. Because even if you are ready to follow the law, government is not responding in timely manner. And even if you have applied for BIS, the consignment still gets stuck at the port. So 9 months, if you are not able to continue the business, it means that there is no business. So these kind of challenges on the ground, Japanese companies have started facing. And this is one of the biggest challenge and biggest roadblock, I would say, which is hindering the process of inviting more investments. And I believe that government will bring in some sort of rationalization in implementing these policies. And lack of local supplier is also one of the concerns. If you want to localize, you don't have supplier. So sometimes it takes 4 or 5 years down the line to develop that kind of quality material. So these are some of the voices and concerns which Japanese industries have started bringing in. But having said so, queries are already there. We have a lot of queries from the Japanese companies. But with such challenges like quality control order and BIS challenges and other challenges, it has forced Japanese companies to also think that without collaborating with the Indian companies, it may not be feasible for them to come to India. And this is where we get a lot of queries in terms of companies who are willing to collaborate for OEM partnership, joint venture, joint R&D, merger equation, marketing and collaboration and technical collaboration. And some companies are also willing to leverage the Indian IT ecosystem. So these kind of collaborations related query we have been receiving. In my entire career in last 25 years, I haven't seen that so much of queries I have been receiving, and it's very difficult personally for me to respond to all the queries. So we have been bombarded with a lot of such queries. This is where we seek support from the chamber, and we request Indian companies that time to time we will keep on sharing such data to the chamber, and anybody who would like to join hand with Japanese entities will be very happy to facilitate that. So with this commitment, I would like to stop my presentation. I think I have exhausted more time than the speaker. But we'll be very happy to assist you in terms of any company who would like to do business with Japanese SMEs. And we have been already working with SMRJ and BCIC jointly. We have a lot of B2B meetings going on. But apart from that, there are multiple queries where we can work out on the possible collaboration. Thank you very much.
Sir, please.
I now invite the panelist and the moderator for the next panel discussion on MSME Make in India for the Globe. I invite Mr. T.R. Parshuraman, past President of the Chamber and mentor for BCIC Japan initiatives. Mr. Parshuraman is a distinguished leader with nearly 4 decades of experience spanning manufacturing, skill development, academia and policy advocacy. He has played a vital role in advancing manufacturing excellence, Industry 4.0 and workforce development. He also holds advisory and board position across leading academic institutions and industry bodies including NAC, Toyota Industries in India and the Brigade Foundation. He has fluency in Japan. He has extensive global experience and has been recognized with several awards for innovation and leadership. Welcome, sir. I now invite Mr. Devanand, who is the lead strategy and business development and senior general manager at Bosch, India. And he also chairs the Ease of Doing Business Expert Committee of the Chamber. He has worked across automotive, consumer goods and energy and building technology divisions, leading initiatives in sales, marketing strategy and business development. Known for aligning technology with business strategy, he has collaborated with global OEMs to drive growth and innovation. Welcome for the panel discussion, sir. I now invite Mr. Manik Raghoji. Yes. He is on the way. Okay.
He is not there.
Okay, Mr. Manik Raghoji, Additional Director, MSME and PP, Government of Karnataka. He has shared the message of he is not keeping well, and then we will go ahead. I now invite Mr. Rajendra Rajmane, Managing Director, Rajmane Industries, onto the stage. He is a pioneer company celebrating its 50th year in manufacturing coolant pumps. He is the Managing Director of Rajmane Industries. Under his leadership, the company has grown into a trusted supplier across industrial sector, focusing on innovation and quality. Mr. Rajmane has played a significant role in industry leadership, having served as past President of the Indian IMTME and the Whitefield Area Commerce and Industry Association. A noted industrialist with over 4 decades of experience, he continues to contribute to the growth of India's manufacturing ecosystem through his technical expertise, commitment to innovation and active engagement in industry association. I now invite Mr. Keisuke Tanaka-san, Managing Director, Global Japan AAP Consulting. He is a Japanese entrepreneur and US certified public accountant, has been driving Japan-India collaboration for over a decade. He has supported more than 200 Japanese companies in their India market entry, offering integrated solutions in taxation, HR, legal and finance. Welcome, sir. Welcome for the panel. I now invite Dr. Devarajan, our past President and Senior Vice President at TVS Motor Company Limited. He comes with over 38 years of experience in the automotive industry, and he leads the company's advanced manufacturing and production engineering functions, driving initiatives in lean manufacturing, digital transformation, total productive maintenance and JIT systems. A strong advocate of sustainable and green manufacturing, Dr. Devarajan emphasizes innovation and operational excellence across TVS motor plants. I now invite Mr. T.R. Parshuraman to take it over from here.
Babaji, the sweet introduction. Very good evening to all. Kombawa. In fact, very difficult time because it's a closing session and more difficult than after lunch. So we'll try to do our best to keep you alive. First of all, I extend a hearty welcome to the panelists, the distinguished panelists sitting here from diverse fields, all veterans, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. Our topic is a very, very important topic because we touched upon almost all the salient features. But today, why MSMEs are very, very significant for the country? When I look at the big picture, today the manufacturing GDP contributed by many industries, this is around 17% of country's GDP. And when you look at just MSMEs, which is contributing to 30% in multiple forms. And today our country has around 68 million MSMEs in the country. But unfortunately the statistics never works. It is very close to that. It keeps changing. But approximately 68 million MSMEs, they contribute close to 130 million jobs across the country. But when you look at India a decade later, I think thanks to progressive policies starting from Make in India, Skill India, Youth India, Digital India, Startup India, and series of PLI schemes to the tune of close to $20 billion, there is a huge propulsion in the manufacturing due to several reasons. One is the bold reforms of the government under the Modi regime. Secondly, I think what is happening is, many years back, I think the image about India, what is changing in India, now everybody is telling India is changing everything. I think there is a huge shift in people's thinking. I think this is contributing. And thirdly, I think the young population, see, we are one of the youngest population in the world, and there is a lot of dynamism, and the youngsters are learning skills much faster than ever. But at the same time, there is a lot of other challenges in terms of skill shortage. And fourth important factor is, of course, China plus one. Thanks to the geopolitical crisis, I think India is really emerging as one of the global manufacturing destinations. Normally, countries move from manufacturing to service as they age. But in India, a reverse scenario is happening. India is moving from service to manufacturing. The 60% today is service industry, but we are moving towards a manufacturing paradigm. I think if you take any aging countries like in Japan or United States, many parts of Western Europe, I think countries age, they move more towards service, but India, is moving more towards manufacturing. Therefore, India is not just going to be the manufacturing hub for the captive economy because of the sheer population, 1.4 billion, but it is going to be the manufacturing hub of the world, whether we like it or not, I think in the next decade. So that is why the focus is there. But why MSMEs? Because, as I said, MSMEs today contribute to 30% of GDP. And if you really look at progressive countries, I think the contribution is 45%. Therefore, I think this contribution is going to make a significant change. And MSME is what we talk about today. 130 million, this number is going to double, with manufacturing GDP going to contribute close to 28 to 30% like any other country. That is why the significance is more prominent today, and why the collaboration between India and Japan, because there is a lot of synergy. In fact, I recollect the 4 years back when we opened the office in Tokyo. In fact, during my presidency, I think I still remember the kind of, the passion with which this thing happened. And today, I'm very happy to see that this collaboration is becoming better and better and contributing to a real value addition. And Japan's strength is manufacturing excellence, manufacturing competitiveness. I think why it happens, in fact I spent a lot of time in Japan. I think last 28 years I've been traveling and working with Toyota and Japan. I think that one of the biggest thing that is a game-changing factor is the discipline, foundation. Not even 5 years, I think it is 1 year and 2 years. I think we have to start from there. I think that's the one single factor that is making the huge difference. So today we are going to have a very interesting panel discussion. So we have a lot of thought leaders here sitting. So my questions to this expert leaders, I think some of the points that I thought, why our MSMEs are still not gaining the global importance. Last month we are all in Osaka. I was surprised to see Osaka is a part of Kansai prefecture. They're contributing, Kansai is contributing to $1.2 trillion economy, and 90% is coming from MSMEs. I think this is something astonishing. And when I met the Nagoya Chamber of Industry and Commerce, we had a discussion with the leadership team. Nagoya Chamber has got around 17,000 companies, and I was very shocked to hear many companies, almost most of them, are very hesitant to come to India because they don't have a basic information. They are not very confident whether what is happening here, what kind of challenges, ease of doing business, and leadership development, HRD, many, supply chain, many factors. Therefore, these two things really propel this discussion. So some of the questions that I thought of starting from Mr. Devanand, I think the question to Mr. Devanand would be, he is the chairman of our Ease of Doing Business with his big experience. Mr. Devanand, my question to you, what are the real challenges today? See, when you look at MSMEs, they struggle to set up businesses, land, approvals, the finance, then the infrastructure, then COVID times 70-80% closed down because they could not sustain. So my question to you is, what kind of real challenges, why we are not able to develop this MSME ecosystem, something similar to Japan, and what we should do to bring a difference? And my question to the next panelist, Mr. Rajamane, I think Managing Director of Rajamane Group. Sir, what kind of operational excellence, when you compare with Japan, what is lacking in our MSMEs in terms of simple lean manufacturing or 4S or TQM or basic TPS? I think human resource development, what areas according to you would really boost this kind of a growth? So we are not looking at next 10 years. What is required in the next 1 to 2 years to really catch up with India's manufacturing growth? The third speaker, Mr. Tanaka, I think he brings a lot of global experience, and he is supporting Indian organizations, especially setting up base in Karnataka, in Bangalore. Tanaka-san, we have big challenges when Japanese companies come here in terms of infrastructure, in terms of getting the approvals, in terms of getting the government support, and traffic. Of course, Bangalore traffic is changing every day. So what kind of typical issues are facing the Japanese companies, and what hurdles? I talked about Nagoya. Many people are even scared to come at this point of time. There is a huge potential available. There is a huge potential. Therefore, how to unleash this potential and bring those companies to Karnataka, to Bangalore? And last question, last expert leader, Dr. Devarajan, he is a walking encyclopedia in manufacturing. Dr. Devarajan, I think the question to you, the two big challenges that is facing us is skill development. I talked about the growth of India, but the biggest challenge is the augmentation of skilling is very, very challenging, because with the new technologies emerging, IoT, the automation, the 3D printing, the connected devices, the digital twins and whatever, I think our skill sets are not adequate. And Ishida-san also, we listen to Ishida-san. I think we need to skill up our people to the newer technologies, and obsolescence is increasing day by day. So how do you manage this, and what do you do in TVS to achieve this? And the second question to you is Industry 4.0, which is again the game changer. How to bring digital manufacturing to MSMEs. Today, many MSMEs are running away when you talk about digital manufacturing because of the cost, because of the kind of burden attached. Therefore, a lot of low-hanging fruits are there. How do you unleash such potential and what do you do? So starting from Mr. Devanand, I will leave it to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Minasan konbanwa. Good evening, all. It's a privilege to be part of India-Japan Business Summit organized by BCIC Japan Initiative Expert Committee, and also to share this platform along with distinguished panelists. So thank you very much, Parsu-san. Thanks to BCIC. Also thanks to AVS-san and Murli-san. So today's discussion on ease of doing business and MSME collaboration between India and Japan has come at a very relevant time when the opportunities are around us, and India is also targeting to achieve 25% manufacturing contribution to the overall GDP. So both the countries have deep industrial roots and complementary strengths. Japan comes with precision, quality, and process excellence, and India contributes youthful energy, scale, and environment to innovate. But our shared challenges and opportunities can be improved, addressed when we work together to really look at the MSME to solve their challenges through ease of doing business. And ease of doing business is one of the game changers in this entire journey. European Union, often considered as a gold standard for the MSME policy, they offers harmonized financing, one window registration, and the close linkages between enterprises, small enterprises, and the innovation labs, research institutes, etc. The Mittelstand and the EU SMEs, they enjoy the digital portals for business growth, cluster-specific innovation funding, and integrated compliance to gain access to the Europe-wide market. Japan too offers an incredible, remarkable environment for the MSME. The numbers what Parsu-san has told itself is very evident in that. The platforms to access the funding and also subsidies, the strong technical and vocational training to the SMEs, SME-friendly financing backed up by the government through the credit scoring mechanisms, and the close collaboration with the large corporations to supplier development in the tier 2 and tier 3 supplier base. So together these examples reminds us that MSMEs actually thrive on the policy, finance, and industry collaboration when all these things converge together. If it is looked at separately as a policy, it won't really work. But when all this, and also many a times the banking and finance companies actually slip in this collaboration, but it's most important that all these converge. Coming to India, MSMEs have always been the silent growth champions. So whether it is from the rural clusters or high-tech parks. But yet only very few manage to scale up. The big question is why? So based on the data of Ministry of MSME, they said among the registered MSMEs, only 0.5% of the MSMEs, they graduate to the next level every year. Only 0.5%. And average
On an average, it takes 15, 20, 25 years for a small companies to graduate to the next level. Of course, there are exceptions. I will also talk about that. So, ease of doing business for MSME is not just about simplifying the approvals. It's about creating a confidence. It's about creating the environment for the predictability of the policy probably, and also partnerships that enable the small businesses to scale with speed and trust. And also to answer you, Prashant, you asked me about the problems which MSMEs are facing. And often we talk about the problem of land or some pollution control board approval and these kind of things. Of course, these are all going to exist, and probably these are some of the things companies spend most of the time. But what we can improve and also in our control is something called the multi-agency approval process. So Indian MSME environment improved meaningfully compared to the earlier years. Right now, the Ministry of MSME, they are conducting the workshops with the clusters and to identify the issues which MSMEs are normally facing. But even after introducing the single window system, often MSMEs has to go for multiple NOCs, no objection certificates, from various authorities. A recent Deloitte survey on doing the business, they quoted that roughly around 60 days wasted in chasing these approvals. So there is an opportunity for improve this, the ease of doing business for the MSME sector by one-step onboarding system. We just have to probably implement this. India is pioneer in digital, be it UPI, Aadhaar. We know how to implement the digital system. It is only intent and bringing the policy into the continuity. The second one is the post-approval. The post-approval, then again the renewals. So license renewal, and it's also the portal, the feedback system itself captured. It takes at least 20% of the administrative capacity of the MSMEs to chase the renewal applications. So my submission is India can effectively implement these digital platforms, and the success of MSME is seen only when the intent of the policy, industry, banking and finance, and education institutes, all these actually converge to really develop the MSME in a meaningful way. And MSME has to be treated not just a backbone, it has to be treated as a growth engine for the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devanand, for a very insightful viewpoints. In fact, the government of Karnataka, in fact, they could not join today due to unavoidable situation. I think a lot of incentives in the new manufacturing policy 25-30 for the MSMEs, I think we should share it. MSMEs can get up to 30% of capital employed through incentive forms. They can get power subsidy. They can get stamp duty exemption. They can get the PF exemption, and they can get several other incentives if they put their facilities in zone 2, zone 3. For example, Bangalore urban is zone 1. If you move away from Bangalore, for example, Ramanagara is zone 2, where Toyota is there. Then beyond that, Channapatna or Hubli, Dharwad, they're all zone 3. So the concession levels are much more. I think how do we reach these kind of incentives, awareness to the investors? I think that's also very important. I think, sir, you said a very important point, collaboration, and, continually handhold them with the synergy of all the stakeholders. Definitely it's a way forward. Now I invite Mr. Rashmane to share his viewpoints on manufacturing excellence. How do we promote that? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and I'd like to thank BCIC for inviting me today to be part of the panel. So, many of the MSMEs about a decade back, when we actually didn't have the manufacturing really growing at a very rapid stage at like what we are seeing right now, we're not believing in the manufacturing scenario. And this was one of the reasons why things have not moved at the pace at what we are all looking at. Basically, I feel that is one of the main reasons. And there are two categories of MSMEs you see here. There's one, the older generational MSMEs, and then you have a new generational MSMEs. Some of the old generational MSMEs, maybe I could call them as what you could say as first generation MSMEs, where the second generation MA has not come in, are finding it a little difficult to move with the times as the way things are moving. But you are seeing a lot of rapid things moving in the new startup generation of MSMEs which is there. Many of the MSMEs are owner driven, and when this happens, so it's typically the owner which typically does everything, most of it, the chunk of the decision making, chunk of the work which is there, and most of the time he's a technocrat, and when he becomes a technocrat there's a lot of procedural issues and other things, so he's always behind the product and the number which is driven by the companies which are trying to buy it. But one thing we would like to look at is, thanks to the automotive companies in the last 2 odd decades, which have made India proud that yes, micron level is possible in India. When they have gotten huge levels of systems, procedures into their own MSME sector, I know of a lot of companies which large companies, automotive, some large even non-automotive companies, actually do a lot of handholding. It's way beyond their capacity to do it, but they do a lot of handholding. And this has rubbed in a lot. So quite a lot of these have come in. Maybe the ones who are not into that sector are finding it a little difficulty in trying to meet some of these demands of quality, productivity, cost, and other things and all that. Some of the very low-hanging fruits which Japan has got a very key role and where automotive companies have come into play is 5S and Kaizen. These are some things I think immediately any organization needs to take it up in the working part of it, so that the operational side of it, you see a lot of improvements happening. In our own industry in the last about a decade or so, we have been driving this project. It has paid a tremendous amount of results to such an extent that sometimes now we have Kaizens which are very subject-centric. They are women-centric because we have close to 30-40% of them on women. Safety, it automatically gets approved as an award. And then, we have some quarterly awards and things like this. So maybe this is one of the immediate thing which any MSME can look at. And I think here BCIC could play a part by trying to put in some sort of a course or some sort of a procedure or something like that, where you could bring in a lot of MSMEs to get into this sort of practice. Of course, it's not that very easy. It takes a lot of time to get these people on board, because most of this has to happen from top to bottom. And then when this has to happen, first the owner needs to be convinced, saying that yes, I need to do this. And once you do it, then it automatically starts moving down. So I think that's one thing which I think people should look at. The second one is, of course, the major aspect of it is the finance, which is there. I would like to say a little of this because I have been interacting with a couple of MSMEs, and also I do talk a little on this subject when it comes to finance. Most of the times the financing is usually the balance sheet or the P&L in the end of the year, and it's only done to file returns. So that's all it is. I mean, usually an MSME doesn't look at it in a very deep manner. You go to a chartered accountant, he actually just files it for you. So he actually doesn't, you just go with numbers, he just files it for you. But here actually you need to know where the wealth is getting created and how it is being done. And just like any individual is creating wealth for himself, you also need to put wealth back into your industry. I think this needs to be done very, very importantly, because the way banks are now seeing your P&L and balance sheets has changed. I'm sure some of the finance people must be here, so they have started now monitoring it on a cash flow basis. It's not the old traditional way. So that's very important. And if you do that, finance is available. You don't have to go to any guy giving it at 16, 17, 18%. It's not. The banks have got a lot of money. They're literally behind you. If you have these things done, that will solve a lot of your problem. The other one is, of course, the leadership development. Maybe I'd look at, we have a wide gap, there's no doubt about it. We have a very wide gap at the top, at the owner level, and also at the mid-manager level. So both of these, if these have to be done, we may have to basically see if there could be I'm not sure if there's any course like this, but if there could be something like an MBA for managers and MSME owners, which can be done over a period of maybe 12 months through some colleges, where BCIC could run this forward. Something like this will move the whole thing ahead. I think the previous speaker, Anand, I think made a presentation where he said that the number of organizations which are being registered. Yes, I do agree with him. Being the president on the Indian Machine Tool side last year, we saw where the government was working with them and attending those meetings at a high level, and how aggressive they are, where ministries are asking exactly, what do you want to do, how you want to do, what you want us to do, where is the numbers, and they keep following you up. So this number is there, the growth is there, and this 4 times what he said is also there. And the 6.5% with 10 trillion, he said it will automatically come, because yes, it will automatically come. You just reach there without doing anything at 6.5%. So imagine, having this many number of MSMEs coming on board. I think it's high time that, all the MSMEs get into this picture and look at themselves as to what they would need to do in terms of planning in the couple of years to come. Maybe associations like FICCI, like FKCCI, BCIC, CASI or somebody like this would maybe get together and form some sort of training programs to take them forward, because the growth is there and then we can't stay back. And then added to this, now you say that we have, since morning I've been hearing the amount of MSMEs from Japan who want to come in here. I mean, if you just look at that amount of business that is going to come from a foreign country here, I mean, it's a good opportunity for us. And I think these 3 points are very, very key to some of the things. Of course, then you have a lot of other management programs which can come in later, which Oshinkari and all these things are there, but they're all very high-ended right now for many of the MSMEs. But I think they should start with some very smaller items practically. Once they start working, it will always be there. People problem is there. It's not only in India, it's all over the world. So I think the less we talk about it, the better it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajamani. I think you have given 2 important points. One is the handholding, I think, which is very, very critical in terms of human development. And secondly, how the succession planning, which is very, very weak. In fact, at COVID times, the founders were all 80, 85-year-old. The children are all in US and Europe, and nobody to take care of, and they had to close. So many stories to tell. Definitely from industry side, we'll definitely handhold. We'll try to see how best we can support this through associations. And second point is back to basics you talked about. I think what Hiro-san also talked about, safety, quality, productivity, delivery, and other things, environment or carbon neutrality. I think each step is a very, very important ladder. Again, a deep foundation. I think what Japan did, even wonders, is not just cleaning. cleaning leads to checking, checking leads to detection of abnormalities, and detection of abnormalities leads to countermeasure, countermeasure lead to positive effect, and positive effect lead to pride in the workplace. And this is a continuous activity. It is not just cleaning, it is much bigger. I think how to spread this culture, definitely we'll take it, sir. Now I invite Tanaka-san with his, the Indian experience and Japan experience, what kind of challenges in terms of infrastructure, ecosystem, culture, and what kind of support. And when Japanese companies come, please, we would love to listen to you, Tanaka-san. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Namaskaram. Thank you very much for inviting me in this part of the panels. I'm really honored to be here. So regarding the challenges which the SME is facing, that I'd like to focusing on the two parts. The one is the ecosystem, and then another one is the cultural difference. The first of all, the ecosystem, that when they, especially for the SME, when they're looking at the Indian market, they first want to get some information about India, because typically the India is still the information in Japanese, especially for the business, is not enough so far. So they want to actually visit the India and then get some information how the Indian market is look like. But still, those information provisions is maybe one part to be developed, and then another one is when they come to actually visit the India, then especially for their ecosystem, for their the very initial phase when they enter into the Indian market, that they don't know that to whom they should ask about each procedures or license or registration, whatever the necessary for the compliances. Especially for the manufacturing industry, there are a lot of process for setting up the factories until the starting the mass productions. So they are facing challenges to find out the right source to whom they should contact to get the proper process, and then who can help this process, and then how long it will take or how much it will be cost. So those informations might be one challenge especially in the initial phase. And another view for the cultural difference. So this is also another big gap between India and Japan. Especially also when I came to India in 2012, I kind of shocked that it's not only the language difference, but more about the food cultures or business cultures. Like the first 3 months, it's okay. We can kind of enjoy. It's like a honeymoon. Just after the marriage, we enjoyed some difference. But after some time, I realized, for example, first three months, I enjoyed the biryani, I enjoyed the dosa, idli, everything. Oh wow, this is very tasty. But after 3 months, biryani not every day for me, not every day for the dosa for me. Then I started to feel that I want to be more comfortable to living in India. Then maybe some Japanese expats started to go to the Japanese restaurant or any other restaurant to have some comfort. But at the same time, we also need to understand what the Indian cultures. So that is a kind of one point, that how we can understand and how we can accept the new culture, the new life. And the business also, the Indian and Japan is typically the cultural differences. I feel that the uncertainty avoidance, this is the maybe biggest gap. That normally, I feel that typical Japanese persons is spending a lot of time to plan and then check the risk and then plan for the plan and then having a meeting for the meeting, and then we're spending a lot of time to decide what's going to be the schedule. Then once it's confirmed, then we're gonna follow accordingly. This is a maybe typical way of the process. But I realized that maybe the typical Indian person's way of go through the business is more like quickly taking actions and then adjust it according to the atmosphere, the situations or any changes in the business environment. So that is I really felt the difference, and then I don't think this is better or this is bad, but it's just a difference, and how we can kind of combine our each difference, and then we can combine how makes more synergize the collaborations. So in this phase, I believe that most of the Japanese persons, especially in SME, who does not have enough human resource, who does not have, who has enough English speaking skill or global experience, then it might be more challenging for them to adapt. So this is a phase of the how to say that we adapt and gradually develop ourselves to be adapt to the new cultures. So this is one I really feel that the typical challenges that SMEs is facing. So for these aspects, I really want to develop the kind of communities or the locations that where the Japanese SME can gather and get the more proper information at the very beginning, and then to whom they should contact, so they can get those contacts from these communities, as well as how they can adapt the new cultures in the very beginning of the phase. So yeah, this is my thought. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tanaka-san. So now the India is changing. Jovially, I used to say PDCA means please do not change anything. Nothing, no rotation. So, but India is still doing a great job. I think India's own culture, but definitely those are the lessons that we learned from Japan. And of course the global adaptability of Japanese. I think India being a diverse country with 23, 24 states, so India is a huge diversity with multiple languages, multiple cultures. I think people are already adopted. That is another significant factor. Japan, only one language and largely one culture. So definitely these are all some of the cultural points you brought in. Thank you very much. Last not but the least, I think Dr. Devarajan is going to talk something about skilling. Today the biggest challenge of the country is skilling. And today we generate close to 12 million engineers, but unfortunately only 10% are employable. And only 5% are employable in the core sectors. This is another big challenge. But we have a huge demand in this country. So skilling is going to be the game changer. At the same time, how do we bring the digital revolution for MSMEs? As somebody said, 1 rupee is possible by UPI payment. This is 9th wonder of the world. You go to any country, they are all surprised. When they all visited India, 1 rupee is possible by digital payment. So I leave it to Dr. Devarajan to touch upon these areas.
Thank you. Minasan, konbanwa. Good evening. I think it's a very important topic. Thanks very much, Prashant, for this particular area. One major thing in terms of MSMEs, I still strongly believe, they are the backbone for any industry. Because all of us, in terms of OEM, I come from TVS, everyone comes from Toyota and other areas. The backbone for all of us are MSMEs. There are two backbones. One is on the backbone of the MSMEs, and second backbone is the people from the education institutions, what we get. And I saw all the reports, I think very good reports sent by what we saw in the presentation. We are going to grow at least 7% per year. And that's the area of growth which is almost like 10 times the growth of MSMEs, more than 10 times. If manufacturing industries have to grow, from service industry to manufacturing industry, for GDP to grow, and we're talking about 10 million, 30 million, it is there for us in our country. I like to look into the positive way of looking at it. I know there are a lot of challenges we have. Challenges in terms of technological awareness. What's happening in our industry today? I'm coming from automobile industry. There's a total revolution happening there. There's a change from IC to the EV. From 1,000 components to one battery system. Just imagine the change happening in terms of all the MSMEs. There's been a change. So at the same time, the same change will have growth in terms of exports from India. India, in TVS Motor, we make one vehicle in every 12 seconds in India. And we also make for BMW, Motorrad for the Germany area. And there's so many opportunities. And the backbone for us are the suppliers. We have more than 150 to 200 suppliers. I'll come with that digital area in which we're trying to go. But the challenge is, we are also changing in terms of EV. We have JIT, TPM, digital manufacturing in our plant, extending to the suppliers and extending to the Tier 1, Tier 2 suppliers. Tier 1, I think we had talked about all the people in Tier 1. They are trying to adopt what we are doing in a factory. But the challenge is Tier 2 in areas. And secondly, the people with them, in this terms of the second people for the managers. They are all owners, and the next level is a gap. So there is a skill mismatch of what we have today. But we have huge amount of people, excellent amount of universities today, excellent amount of technological knowledge is given to the people. Are they industry ready? We need to really think on that particular, how to make the engineers coming out of the industries, diploma holders coming out of industries, to make it industry ready. I'll come out with the topic again. Third thing is in terms of inquisitiveness among the SMEs itself. They are very happy today. India is growing, 7 million, 5 million, 6.5, they are very happy. But the change is happening, the threat is coming. Threat in the sense, in change of technology and the growth. If you are not able to adopt to the IoT business orbit, digital business orbit, training your next level, it is not an easy round. It's going to be survival itself. So in industry, especially in auto industry, we are always working towards survival. Though there is growth, and we are talking India number 1, world number 3, like that. But survival is the area where EV is changing. When technology is changing, we should be able to adopt this particular thing. So inquisitiveness is very important. Involvement and implementation are the 3 I's which we will be able to use for the MSMEs. So we are trying to work towards this particular area, and of course there are financial constraints. I go from the other side of it. Government gives a lot of initiatives for MSMEs. Okay? They say, okay, you need to adopt, you need to make, but it is a down, pushing the people up to adopt it. But if they are able to put the same incentives to the OEMs and say, you develop 25 MSMEs, this is an initiative for you, this is an involvement for you, this is a benefit for you, it will work from top down much, much better. So I think we are also working towards the government to say, what are the initiatives they can give us for the OEM to adopt, implement the practices, what we have learned from Japan, what we have learned from Germany, many areas in our factory for the growth, for the JIT and TPM. At the same time, extending to the MSMEs, Tier 1, Tier 2. That's the area where we are trying to work. That's another thing which we have got. So that is an opportunity. Another major thing which is happening is competitiveness. India is growing fine, India is low cost, it's all fine, but it's really competitive. Indonesia is watching us, Vietnam is coming behind. We can't be saying that we're all great, saying that everything will grow automatically, it will not grow. We have to work towards the growth. I think you said about naturally come to 7 million, it will not be there unless we work towards the growth. There's a lot of threat coming in. Hence, we need to adopt transparency in terms of the growth, in terms of the digital and quality involvement in it. Because we have to very, very important for Indian goods is going to be the quality focus. So I think talking about safety, quality, delivery, cost, and definitely on the skill development of people. Now I'll come to the major topic of the skill development itself. What we're trying to do in TVS Motor. See, we are trying to work towards benchmarking. If you really see what we have done in Indian policy is Skill India, SIP, PMKY 4.0, Industry 4.0, digital MSMEs, all are good in terms of things. I just compared with a global benchmark. So global benchmark I really liked, because we had to work with Suzuki earlier, I really liked Monozukuri of Japan. The real area in which hybrid, technical growth, integrating craftsmanship with digital. So that type of thing we have taken in TVS Motor and say how we can develop a training for our suppliers for Tier 1 and Tier 2 by integrating many of the craftsmanship and digital integration. So that's another thing which I found SME support in Japan is outstanding. How it is extending is a cluster approach. How they can take it to cluster 1, cluster 2, group of these clusters, including logistics. And thanks to Maruti, which they brought to India, Toyota has done a similar exercise. We are trying to work towards this, how to improve the logistics. In competitiveness, logistics costs about 15 to 16% in India. So much of waste is happening. So we are trying to see how to eliminate it, how to bring it within 3%, 4%. So in major areas of competitiveness, in terms of digital, we are trying to say how to eliminate the waste, reduce the waste in terms of both 6M conditions about material handling, maintenance, including sustainability, how we can ensure it is sustained in our Indian conditions. Another thing which I found is in Singapore, which also did a benchmark in our areas, which has got a lot of future skill approach of integrated approach. They have taken same thing as what Japan has made, an integrated approach for the skill development. And we are trying to work towards it, and Indian definitely were able to adopt it. And Germany, very much in detail in terms of DBT 4.0, geolocational training system. We have excellent team with us. We have youngsters going up in our company. If we are able to integrate this with our technical system, that is the best way to take it forward. So what is the future map, what we are trying to do? We are trying to talk about PPAP in terms of the private-public academic partnership. We can work from the top-down approach and bottom-up approach. Time is being very, very fast. We should be able to adopt it quickly. Second is cluster approach, CPC. Cluster approach in terms of bringing the cluster team together, implementing JET in our area, Tier 1, Tier 2, and helping the MSMEs to adopt to what we require. It's a top-down also. So involvement of changes, involvement of people is another thing. Another thing is digital innovation hub. We are trying to say whether we can have a hub together which can help to inspection of 3D, inspection of the digital manufacturing, in working on the digital manufacturing in a cluster approach, working towards sensorization of the old machines, because India has got combination of old machines, new machines, how to make it happen, working along with the small scale industries. So it is I think it's a journey in which we are growing. The opportunities, challenges are plenty. Let's look at the positive way of taking it forward. That's the approach TVS has done in many of the areas. And we have learned many things from Japan. We have to work towards the MSMEs in Jusei in Japan. We have to work with JIPM in Japan, work with Toyota in many of the areas. Sharing of this through BCIC to all the MSMEs will be next very important approach. Bringing the educational institutions together, working with the colleges together. That's the area which it can be a very, very positive way, and it can go very, very fast. The other areas in which government is working, we are working along with the government to make it ease of doing business is one side. But bottom, most important is the people in which we are able to develop. And of course, a lot of improvement we've done in the factory, like Kaizen, like QCC, it can be taken along with the MSMEs and other areas. I strongly feel the differentiating in which India is growing in terms of 6%, 7% in terms of the GDP, the most differentiating factor will be our culture. We have a very strong culture similar to what Japanese there, and our Vedas, our Ramayanas are all given this topic to us already. Can we adopt this? Can we make it into our SMEs? Can we adopt into our OEMs? Is an approach we have to take from top down and bottom up. I think this is an opportunity in which a huge amount of, when you go outside India, you know how much of importance is there for India. We have set up a plant in US. We found that if you are able to adopt Indian system of manufacturing in terms of JET, TPM into US, they are able to adopt it faster. That's a positive thing of it. So it's an area in which we can take this positiveness of bringing people together. Another thing in digitization, we're talking about digitization. See, it's not just forcing digitization. It's not happening. If you say, no, you have to become Industry 4.0, use all buzzwords to say this is helping me in your Jeep, it will not work. So we have to ensure that it is a purpose which we are trying to do. It will be able to say the quality will improve, transparency will come, ensure that your machine can talk to you, give the wastages happening in the machine. If you are able to give this positive approach to the MSMEs, they are able to adopt it faster. So that's the approach we form. One example is what we are trying to say. Then working together and say this is the thing which is done in our factory, it's done in other small scale industries in India, other places in India, and show it to them and make it happen. And involved work is a cluster approach. It's very, very important with, like what Manu Korea was mentioning, work with the team, work with the MSMEs, can take it forward. And BCIC will definitely can take this initiative very much forward, and all the cluster of all the bigger OEMs can work. It's not bigger OEMs. Today we don't know who is a competition. In fact, in EV business, there are more than 500 companies making EV in India today. So we are in that business. We have to be competitive among them. So cost competitiveness can come only when waste elimination is taking place. So it is in which how we drive this to the MSMEs. It's not technology. Adoption of technology in a simpler way, with a purpose-driven, is an approach TVS has taken in. Even TVS started as an SME, and started in a moped division or component division. We have grown from MSMEs to the OEMs today, which can take. So it is a step-by-step approach, but today we have to run faster. So we have to bring suppliers together, we have to bring the education institutions together forward, so that we develop a team to take up this next level. And next level for all the managers in our MSMEs is going to be the approach. But India is definitely going to shine and definitely will be able to achieve all these things thanks to all the Japanese coming into India, also showing us the way, helping us in our infrastructure development, logistics improvement. Is an opportunity for us to work along with our team, and this will help in making the transparency, making the losses reduction, quality improvement, and of course PQCDMS is helpful for productivity, quality, cost, safety, morale, and definitely on sustainability. And this approach we have taken is a journey. I think journey with involved working is an approach we are taking anyway. All the companies are taking today, but can it be more effective? Can it be made transparent in what we are trying to do? That will give us results. That's the approach probably which will drive this through. And exports is a very big opportunity for India. Huge opportunity. African countries. I'm talking from automobile front. Okay, sorry, I'm not. Automobile front is huge opportunity in Africa, huge amount in many areas, because the design capability is good. We found the vehicles designed in India for Indian roads can work in anywhere in the world where there are roads, where there are no roads. So that is the amount of thing we have done in our Indian conditions. So it can work. So Indian capability of design, whatever is the latest technology in America is available in India. Whether it's design capability of CATIA, logistic, TP, PLM, everything is available in India. How you can make it purpose driven? That's the approach TVS has taken. So we are saying, what is this purpose? What is the objective we are going to deliver? If that is the approach, we can take it for our own engineers with us. We are trying to take it along with the MSMEs. MSMEs meaning the supplier 1, tier 1, supplier tier 2. So the other thing which we are trying to work is sustainability. It's a very important, very interesting topic for me, because what is the water saving, what is the energy saving, what is the amount of waste we can eliminate inside the factory. If it can take into the supplier 1, supplier 2, huge amount of benefit we are able to see. So I think it is not from the cost angle, it is again from the purpose angle. So it's an approach we are taking in a slightly different way. And we are learning. I think I really enjoyed my visit to Japan when we were talking to Suzuki, and every area in which they are seen, the discipline, the way, even a small amount of waste, if you go to Japanese companies, even small amount of waste is detected and shown. So in India we say, no, it's okay, chata, no, it cannot happen. So we have to make it happen in terms of involved people, top down and bottom up. That's the approach we are taking in our education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Devarajan. I think very insightful. And I think you talked about hand-holding by OEM, which is very, very important. I think we also, from Bangalore Chambers, we wrote a proposal to the Honorable Finance Minister. We are trying to support MSMEs, but I think that owner should be on the OEM so that they can handhold them. And AAA, I think, involve and institutionalize and implement. I think it is very, very thoughtful. And of course, you talked about waste. I think Japanese philosophy, 1 is better than 0, 2 is better than 1, one step at a time. I think how to drive it to the MSMEs. And I think integrating into the Indian culture is a very, very important point. Because normally when Japanese companies come to India, they get very frightened. Because many Japanese feel that how to manage in India. I think the best way to do that is to integrate and follow. Even Indian companies are extremely successful. Mahindras, Tatas, Maruti. I think they're all, we say Jiritska. Therefore, I think it's very, very important that, how to develop the Indian people and integrate together with them. And over a period of time with the minimal Japanese operations, I think India can definitely do a great job. I think with this, I stop it here. And only one or two questions from the audience. Yes, sir, you can introduce quickly and...
yeah, my name is Prem.
So, Mike, can you pass it down?
Hello. Yeah. My name is Prem. I'm the managing director of a company called WorkSafe India, skills and placements company. We are into skill development. we have been in Bahrain for many years, like almost 35 years, and now we have moved down to India. We have seen a small country like Bahrain, which is probably 1/4 of Bangalore, implementing international standards and rating the MSME industries. See, the rating, like how we have the hospitality, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, there is a goal in which everybody tries to improve themselves. If that kind of a rating system is given among the industries, then you will see they will become a preferred vendor. Like those MSMEs who comply with certain requirements, certain prerequisites, will be given preference in giving orders. So that will improve this on a very fast track basis. Because that is one thing which he said we have to, Mr. Devarajan was saying that we'll have to run now. So how do you run? This is one aspect. And the second is continuous training. Training at entrepreneur level or owners level and skilling the operators level. So it is continuous. It is not just give one training once in a year, because I come from the training background. When we are talking about 5S, safety, for example, until 2 years back, we were still following 1947 Factories Act. Now the new system has come. OSH code has come already. But if you ask any MSME industry, what is OSH code, they don't even know about it. It has been signed by the president, it is implemented. Because of COVID, there was a delay. But this awareness has not reached grassroots level.
Thank you, sir.
I think BCIC can do a lot of things.
So very brilliant point, sir. Definitely standardization, which we did not talk today. I think that's the greatness of Japan.
Recognition, sir. Mostly
sure.
rating and recognition.
Thank you.
Thank
you very
you
much. Yes, sir. Last.
My name is Ram. I run a recycling company, but I have two questions actually. One is to our Japanese friends here. One of the most important slide I actually saw in all the presentations, which said that if you're going to work with Indian companies or Indian startups, there is an opportunity called speed of execution. And all of us are aware as to what is the speed that a Japanese enterprise works at. So my question to them is, when we start engaging with a Japanese company, what is the speed today compared to the past? Because it takes anything between 6 to 8 months to a year to actually make progress in a conversation. And we have already faced it. And we have no issues with it. But when they say that they are changing towards us and they're coming out here, what do they expect that speed to be?
Sir, this Japanese team, I think you are...
I know that it's a difficult question,
so that
because...
it's a time to see the change.
Yeah, that's what when they say we operate at speed,
we
we expect the same speed from them as well. That's the first one. And from BCIC's point of view.
Yeah. We'll definitely take it up, sir. Definitely.
Yeah. And the second one is, and more to do with this particular panel, one of the biggest challenges that all MSMEs have is, 80 at least I have seen it, I've been visiting many of them, and I myself in part of an industrial estate. Most of the MSMEs are employees who have become employers, with no context of what we call as balance sheet, P&L, growth and market share and all that stuff. Unless that changes to a large extent, and BCIC has to make an effort, or any of them, I have not seen any chambers till date talk about market share or market share information to any entrepreneurs in the MSMEs till date. And if that doesn't change, I don't think, actually speaking, we are going to see any more changes happening.
So, point well taken. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. We'll definitely take it up. I think with this, we thank once again. Sorry that we extended beyond time. Very, very interesting discussion. And thank you so much, and we look forward to discussing with you in the dinner time. Thanks a lot. God bless. Domo arigatou gozaimashita.
Oh, you can go. Madam.
So I seek the presence of the members for another few minutes, please. And now, before the vote of thanks, I invite my colleague Preeti to come on stage and share our acknowledgement to the event sponsors. And I would request a big hand to Preeti, who is leading the BCIC Japan initiatives, so for successfully conducting this event.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the end of today's summit, we would like to thank our event sponsors. First is our platinum sponsors, Karnataka Industrial Areas Development Board, Government of Karnataka. If any representatives from KITP is there, I request you to please come on the stage. Next. Our gold sponsors are Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Silver sponsors, Toyota Susho Insurance.
Gold small. Yes, sir. Sir. Stay.
Next, our silver sponsor, Toyota Susho Insurance Broker India Private Limited. Any representatives there?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Next are associate sponsors for the event were Karnataka Udyog Mitra, Government of Karnataka. So next we have Toyota Industries Indian India Private Limited.
Prashant, can you go? Prashant, can you go?
Next we have Toyota Kirloskar Auto Parts Private Limited. Our supporting partners for the event were JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, next we have Japan Chamber of Commerce and Industry Bangalore, JCCIB.
Sir.
I once again would like to thank all our event sponsors for your generous sponsorship and your support for making this event a grand success. Now I would like to welcome Mr. A. Murali to propose the formal vote of thanks, please.
Namaskara. Good evening. We had an engaging day today with several of our experts and dignitaries giving insights on the ever-improving bonding between India and Japan on the business front. The IGBS event, like in the previous two editions, has been a unique platform for business leaders, policymakers, and academicians to come together and discuss various aspects of economic ties between the two countries and by sharing best business practices. And there were some observations made with regard to the speed of collaborations. And in fact, friends, let me share that I've been working in a Japanese company for 25 years now. And one good thing about working with the Japanese is they plan a lot. Okay, they plan more detailing. It's so much of detailing, meetings, pre-meetings, post-meetings, reflection meetings, such like. So this whole process, like PDCA, plan, do, check, action on a regular basis, helps to improve the processes and systems and help you to reach the goal, what your purpose for which you have started the entire work in a planned manner. So I think that is one good thing that Indian enterprises should learn from the Japanese way of working. At least the process systems are so structured and so well planned. So before I start my formal vote of thanks, I wish to foremost thanks my thanks to Mr. S. Sarwar Kumar, Principal Secretary, Commerce and Industry Department, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Gunjan Krishna, who was preoccupied today because of some commitments with some investors. She couldn't come make it today. And we profusely thank our chief guest, His Excellency Sutomu Nakane, Consul General of Japan in Bangalore, for gracing the occasion. Our thanks also goes to the well-wishers, Mr. Sudeep Dalvi, Senior Vice President, Director, and Chief Communication Officer, Toyota Glasgow Motor Private Limited. Mr. Tomohiro Kaneko, Executive Vice President of SMRJ, Mr. Satoshi Uchida, Director, Matching Support Division of SMRJ, Japan, Mr. Toshiro Mizutani, Director General, JETRO, Bangalore. We also extend our thanks to the office bearers of BCIC, Mr. Prashant Gokhale, President, Mr. K. Ravi, Senior Vice President, Mr. Prashant Reddy, VP, for supporting us wholeheartedly in curating today's program. We thank our sponsors, without which I think it would have been extremely difficult for us to conduct an event of this scale. KIDB, Toyota Glasgow Motor, Toyota Susho Insurance Broker, India, Karnataka Udyog Mitra, Toyota Industries Engine Limited, Toyota Glasgow Auto Parts, several speakers, experts, panel members for sparing their valuable time and sharing their knowledge and expert views. Our thanks also goes to supporting partners JETRO and JCCIB. So the management committee members, chairmen and co-chairmen for various committees of BCCI have been a backbone for BCIC for many years. BCIC in fact is approaching its golden jubilee year starting very soon. So we thank all of them for supporting us. A special thanks goes to our chairman, Mr. A.V. Srinivasan, my colleague co-chairman, Mr. Dr. K.G. Suresh, and country head Japan, Mr. Anil Raj, co-chairman, Mr. T.R. Parasuraman, mentor, for working together as a team and guiding us all through the event. I would like to express my sincere thanks to BCC Secretariat, especially Mrs. Rupa Mohan, Mrs. Preeti, and a large number of participants who have come today from Bangalore, and several of them coming from Japan, traveling all the way from Japan for this particular event. So I thank each one of them personally, and members from the press and media, vendors, staff members from this hotel, Renaissance, Resco's Road, and all of them who have missed out naming unintentionally, and who have all helped us in the background for making today's event a success. So, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. So, with this, we wind up an important aspect of today's meeting. The next activity follows with networking, cocktail and dinner. Please enjoy the evening. Please join us for networking dinner. Thank you.